Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get chills every time I think about what happened 6 years ago in San Luis, the border town where my sister lives. I've replayed the events in my head 1,000 times, trying to make sense of what I saw, but I still can't explain it. My sister Gabriela had just moved into this old family house with her husband Carlos. It was one of those typical houses you see in those magical towns the Mexican government preserves to keep their historical charm. The house itself wasn't anything special, just a simple 2-bedroom place built for railroad workers in the 1930s. But it had been in Carlos's family for generations, though most relatives avoided it because of its location right next to the train tracks. I mean, who wants to be woken up by freight trains at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. every single day? That particular evening, my mum Victoria suggested we drop by to see how Gabriela and Carlos were settling in. We didn't call ahead. We just decided to go, which wasn't unusual for us. We're that kind of family, always dropping in on each other unannounced. The drive took about 20 minutes from the center of town, and we arrived around 8 p.m. It was already dark, typical for October. As we pulled up, I noticed the living room light was on. I remember feeling relieved because I was worried they might not be home. My mum parked on the street, and as we walked toward the house, I glanced through the front window. The curtains were partially open, creating about a foot-wide gap where I could see inside. That's when I saw her, my sister. She was moving around the living room, walking from one side to the other. I remember thinking she looked kind of weird, like she was slightly transparent or something, but I just assumed it was because of the lighting or the window glass distorting my view. "Look, Mom, Gabby's home," I said, pointing to the window. My mom didn't look. She was busy digging through her purse for something. I kept watching as my sister moved around and then disappeared into the small hallway that led to the bathroom and second bedroom. We got to the front door, and my mom knocked. No answer. She knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. "That's weird," I said. "I just saw her inside." My mom knocked a third time, practically pounding on the door. "Gabby! Carlos! It's us!" After waiting another minute, I tried to peer through the window again. The living room was empty now. "I swear she was just in there," I told my mom. "I saw her plain as day." My mom looked concerned. "Maybe she's in the bathroom and can't hear us." I called Gabby's cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Then I tried Carlos's. Same thing. Something felt off. I walked around to the back of the house to check the back door. That's when I noticed the industrial padlock on the outside of the door, the kind that can only be locked from the outside. I went back to my mom. "The back door is locked with that big padlock Gabby was telling us about. There's no way anyone could be trapped inside with that locked from the outside." We stood there, confused. I was absolutely certain I had seen my sister inside. It wasn't some random shadow or trick of the light. It was Gabriela, moving around in her living room. "Let's try calling Carlos's parents," my mum suggested. "Maybe they know where they are." Carlos's dad answered and told us they were probably at Gabby's computer store downtown. She had opened it about a year earlier and often worked late. "But I saw her in the house," I insisted to my mom after she hung up. "I'm not making this up." My mom looked at me strangely but didn't argue. "Let's go check the store then." The drive to the computer store took about 15 minutes. My heart was racing the entire time. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. When we pulled up to the store, I saw the lights were on. Mom and I walked in, and there she was, my sister Gabriela, sitting behind the counter helping a customer. Carlos was in the back organizing inventory. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. The blood drained from my face. "Maria! Mom, what are you guys doing here?" Gabby asked with a smile after her customer left. We went by your house," I stammered. "I saw you there." Gabriela laughed. "That's impossible. We've been here since 10 this morning. It's inventory day." "No, I saw you. In the living room. You were walking around and then went into the hallway." The smile faded from Gabby's face. "Maria, I've been here all day. We haven't been home since this morning." I looked at Carlos for confirmation, and he nodded. "We've been stuck here doing inventory. We haven't even had lunch." My mom jumped in to explain. "We went by the house. Maria said she saw you through the window, but no one answered when we knocked. And the back door was locked with that big padlock," I added, my voice shaking. "The one that can only be locked from the outside." Gabriela and Carlos exchanged looks. "There's no way anyone could be in the house," Carlos said slowly. "We locked everything up this morning." I felt sick. "I know what I saw. It was you, Gabby. It looked exactly like you." There was an uncomfortable silence. I could tell they didn't believe me. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed myself anymore, but I knew what I'd seen. "Maybe it was a reflection or something," Carlos suggested, trying to be helpful. "It wasn't a reflection," I snapped. "She was moving around inside. I watched her walk from one side of the living room to the other." Gabriela put her hand on my arm. "Look, we'll finish up here and meet you guys at the house in about an hour, okay? We can check it out together." I nodded, still shaken. As we left the store, my mom tried to reassure me. Maybe it was just someone who looked like Gabby from a distance. "Mom, it was Gabby. I know my own sister." We decided to wait for them at a nearby cafe. I couldn't eat anything. My stomach was in knots. When Gabriela texted that they were heading home, we met them there. The house was exactly as they had left it that morning. All doors locked, windows secured, no signs of anyone having been inside. "See, everything's fine," Carlos said, flipping on lights as we walked through the house. But it wasn't fine. I knew what I had seen, and it wasn't a mistake or my imagination. I had seen my sister, or something that looked exactly like her, moving around inside this house while my sister was actually miles away at her store. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing her in my mind, the slightly transparent version of my sister moving around in that living room. The image was burned into my brain. The next day, my mom suggested we visit Carlos's great-grandmother, Doña Luz. She was in her 90s and had lived in San Luis her entire life. If anyone knew anything about that house, it would be her. Doña Luz lived in a small apartment not far from the town center. When we arrived, she was sitting in her rocking chair by the window, as if she had been expecting us. "You've seen something at the house," she said after we exchanged greetings. It wasn't a question. My mom and Gabriela looked surprised, but I felt a chill run down my spine. "Yes," I said. "I saw Gabby inside the house when she wasn't there." Doña Luz nodded slowly. "That house has never been right. Everyone who has lived there has stories." "What kind of stories?" Gabriela asked, suddenly looking concerned. "Things moving, voices, people seeing things that aren't there." She paused, looking directly at me. "Or seeing people who are somewhere else." "Why didn't anyone tell us?" Carlos demanded. "Because no one believes until they see for themselves," Doña Luz replied simply. "She told us that the house had been built on land where there used to be a small cemetery for railroad workers who died during the construction of the tracks in the early 1900s. The bodies were supposed to have been moved when they built the houses, but rumors persisted that not all of them were relocated." "So what did I see?" I asked. "A ghost?" Not a ghost in the way you're thinking, Doña Luz said. More like an echo. Sometimes places hold impressions of people who are connected to them. The stronger the connection, the stronger the impression. But Gabi had only lived there for a few weeks, my mom pointed out. The connection isn't always about time, Doña Luz replied cryptically. We left with more questions than answers. Gabriela and Carlos considered moving out, but housing was expensive, and they had already invested in renovating parts of the house. They decided to stay. For months, nothing unusual happened. I started to wonder if maybe, somehow, I had been mistaken. Maybe it had been a trick of the light or my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. Then, about a year later, Gabriela had a baby, a beautiful little girl named Lucia. 3 months after Lucia was born, Gabriela called me in a panic. It happened again, she said, her voice trembling. What happened? I asked, though I already knew. I was in the kitchen making dinner. Lucia was in her crib in our bedroom taking a nap. I heard her crying, but before I could get to her, the crying stopped. When I went to check on her, she was wide awake, smiling, and her diaper had been changed. My blood ran cold. What do you mean changed? I mean someone had changed her dirty diaper. The dirty one was in the trash and she was wearing a clean one. But I was alone in the house, Maria. Completely alone. Did you see anyone? I asked, barely able to get the words out. There was a long pause. No. But Lucia was looking up and smiling at someone standing by her crib, someone I couldn't see. Another pause. And Maria, she was saying, Ma, over and over. I felt sick. Gabi, you need to get out of that house. But here's the weird part, she continued, ignoring my plea. Lucia wasn't scared. She was happy, like whoever changed her was someone she knew and loved. 2 weeks later, Gabriela was folding laundry in her bedroom when she caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway mirror. She turned around, and for a split second, she saw me standing there. Except I was over 300 miles away at college. They moved out the following month. Years have passed, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened. I've researched everything from doppelgangers to quantum physics theories about people being in 2 places at once. Nothing fits exactly what we experienced. The house remains in Carlos's family, but it's been empty since they left. No one wants to live there. Sometimes I wonder if whatever I saw that night was trying to warn us about something. Or maybe it was protecting Gabriela and her family in some strange way. The fact that it appeared as me to Gabriela later and that it cared for baby Lucia makes me think it wasn't malevolent. But the question that keeps me up at night is, if it wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense, then what was it? And why did it choose to appear as me? I've never experienced anything like that before or since. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel someone watching me. Someone with my face, but not quite me. I don't know if I'll ever have answers. But I know what I saw that night was real, and no one will ever convince me otherwise. Story 2. I still can't explain what happened to me that night. It's been almost 7 years, but I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. I've told a few close friends about it, but I've never put it in writing until now. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer some explanation, because this has haunted me for years. I grew up in a rural suburb outside Chicago, the kind of place where cornfields start, right where subdivisions end. My parents' house sits at the end of a winding road about 3 miles from the nearest town. Back in high school, I'd just gotten my license a few months before this happened. I was 16, thought I was invincible, and finally had some freedom with my dad's old Honda Civic. That night in October, I was driving home from my friend Jake's house in the next town over. It was around 11:30 p.m., which felt super late back then. My parents had given me a midnight curfew, and I was cutting it close. The quickest route home was this stretch of Township Road 18, a narrow two-lane road with no streetlights, no shoulder, and a 55 mph speed limit. Anyone who's grown up in rural Illinois knows these roads. Pitch black, except for your headlights, cornfields on both sides that seem to go on forever, and the occasional patch of dense woods. The weather was weird that night. It wasn't raining, but there was this thick mist hanging low over the fields. It wasn't foggy enough to make driving dangerous, just enough to make everything look kinda eerie. The radio kept cutting in and out with static, which was normal for that area, so I turned it off and was just focused on getting home. About 2 miles from my house, there's this steep hill. It's not massive, but it's enough that you can't see what's on the other side until you're at the top. I remember hitting the gas a little harder going up, like I always did. It was this dumb little thrill to feel that brief weightlessness when you crest the hill too fast. My headlights swept up into the trees, then came back down to the road as I reached the top, and that's when I saw her. An elderly woman was walking along the edge of the road. She was on the right side, facing away from me, walking in the same direction I was driving. She had a small dog on a leash. What made me nearly swerve off the road wasn't just that someone was walking on this dangerous road in the middle of the night. It was how she looked. Everything about her was white. And I don't mean like, oh, she had light-colored clothes. I mean pure, almost glowing white. Her hair was this wispy white that didn't move in the breeze. She wore what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown, long and flowing down to her ankles. The small dog, I think it was some kind of terrier, was also completely white. Even the leash looked white. I was going about 50 mph, so I only saw her for a split second. My first instinct was to hit the brakes, partly out of surprise and partly because I was afraid I might clip her with my mirror since she was so close to the road. There was no shoulder at all, just asphalt that dropped off into a ditch, and she was walking right on that edge. I remember thinking, what the hell is an old lady doing out here at this time of night? I slowed down to maybe 30 mph and looked in my rear-view mirror to make sure she was okay. She wasn't there. I mean, she was completely gone. The dog too, just gone. I hit the brakes harder and came to a stop right in the middle of the road. There were no cars behind me or coming toward me, so I put on my hazards and turned around in my seat to look out the back window. Nothing, just empty road, disappearing into darkness. The mist was drifting across the asphalt, but there was no old woman, no dog, nowhere she could have gone. The ditches on either side were too steep for an elderly person to scramble down quickly, especially with a small dog. And there were no houses nearby, no driveways, just continuous cornfields and woods. My heart was pounding. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds trying to process what I'd just seen. Then I got freaked out about sitting alone in the middle of a dark country road. So I turned off my hazards and drove the rest of the way home, constantly checking my mirrors. When I pulled into our driveway, it was 11:52 p.m. I remember checking the time because I was relieved I'd made curfew, but also because the whole drive home had felt way longer than it should have. I sat in the car for a minute, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just someone walking their dog who ducked into the cornfield. But how did they move so fast? And why would they be out there anyway? And why were they so white? I finally went inside. The house was quiet. My parents were asleep, and my younger sister was at a sleepover. I was still shaken up, so I decided to take a quick shower to calm down before bed. Our upstairs bathroom is pretty standard. Sink, toilet, shower, tub combo. Above the tub, we have this built-in shelf where we keep shampoo, conditioner, soap, all that stuff. It's not a flimsy shelf. My dad installed it when we moved in about 10 years earlier. It's screwed directly into the wall studs and has a small lip at the edge to keep things from falling off. I turned on the shower to let the water heat up and stood at the sink, brushing my teeth. I was still thinking about the woman I'd seen. The image of her was so clear in my mind. That pure white nightgown, the wispy hair, the small white dog. It felt significant somehow, like I was supposed to remember it. That's when it happened. I heard a loud thunk behind me. I spun around, toothbrush still in my mouth, to see my sister's bottle of shampoo lying in the bathtub. It had fallen from the shelf. This might not sound like a big deal, but in the decade we'd lived in that house, nothing had ever fallen from that shelf. Not once. The shelf has a lip specifically designed to prevent that, and the bottle had been nowhere near the edge. It was pushed all the way back against the wall. As I stood there staring at the bottle, the bathroom suddenly felt colder. Not dramatically colder like you see in movies, just noticeably cooler, like someone had opened a window in October. Except there was no window open. The only sound was the shower running and my own breathing. I finished brushing my teeth as quickly as possible, decided I didn't need a shower after all, and went straight to my bedroom. I left the bathroom light on and the shower running. I know that was wasteful, but I wasn't thinking straight. I just wanted to get out of there. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying what I'd seen on the road and what had happened in the bathroom. It felt connected somehow, though I couldn't explain why. The next morning, I asked my mom if she knew of any stories about ghosts in our area. She looked at me funny, but mentioned there were some old legends about haunted farms in the county. Nothing specific about Township Road 18, though. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. I was afraid she'd either think I was making it up or get worried about me driving alone at night. I tried to forget about it, but over the next few weeks, I found myself taking different routes home, avoiding that hill on Township Road 18. When I did have to drive that road during daylight, I always slowed down at that hill, half expecting to see something. I never did. About 3 years later, I was in a community college history class, and we were discussing local folklore. The professor mentioned the famous Chicago ghost story of Resurrection Mary, a young woman in a white dress who supposedly hitchhikes along Archer Avenue near Resurrection Cemetery, then vanishes when cars reach the cemetery gates. She was allegedly killed by a hit-and-run driver in the 1930s while walking home from a dance. It wasn't until he described her, a woman in white who appears to travelers at night, that I made the connection. I raised my hand and asked if there were other women in white ghost stories in the Chicago area. The professor said there were similar legends all over the region, usually tied to tragic accidents on rural roads. After class, I spent hours researching women in white ghost stories. I found they're actually common across cultures. La Llorona in Mexico, the White Lady in various European countries, and dozens of local variations across the US. Many of them involve roads, tragic deaths and appearances to travelers. What struck me was how similar many of the descriptions were to what I saw. The white clothing, the ethereal appearance, the sudden vanishing. But I couldn't find any specific stories about an elderly woman with a white dog on Township Road 18. What makes this even stranger is that Resurrection Cemetery, where the famous Resurrection Mary is said to haunt, is about 35 miles from where I saw my white lady. It's not even in the same county, so if what I saw was a ghost, it wasn't the famous one. It was something else. I've driven that road hundreds of times since then, at all hours of the day and night. I've never seen the White Lady again. But sometimes when I crest that hill, especially on misty nights, I find myself slowing down and checking the roadside, just in case. As for the shampoo bottle, it could have been a coincidence. Maybe it was balanced precariously and finally fell. Maybe the vibrations from the running shower knocked it loose. But the timing is what I can't explain. Right as I was standing there thinking about the woman I'd just seen, something that had never happened before suddenly happens. I still live in the Chicago area, though not in my parents' house anymore. I've told this story to a few people over the years. Some think I was tired and imagined it, or that it was just someone walking their dog who moved off the road quickly. Others believe I really saw something supernatural. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw that night was real. The woman in white with her white dog was there on that road, and then she wasn't. And something, coincidence or not, wanted to make sure I remembered it. Sometimes I wonder if she's still out there, walking along Township Road 18 on misty nights, waiting for someone else to drive over that hill and see her. And sometimes, when I'm in the shower and I hear an unexpected sound, I freeze for just a moment, wondering if she's found me again. Story 3. I've wrestled with whether to share this experience for years. Even now, my hands shake typing this out. Some nights I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking I feel hot breath on my face in the darkness. It started 3 years ago when I moved in with my then boyfriend Mark. He owned this massive property out in rural California, about 80 acres of land that had been in his family for generations. It used to be a quail ranch back in the day. Pretty isolated place. Closest neighbor was about half a mile down the road. The house itself wasn't anything special. Single-story ranch style, 3 bedrooms, kind of dated but charming in its own way. Mark had always been upfront about weird stuff happening on the property. He told me stories about growing up there, shadows moving when they shouldn't, noises that couldn't be explained, that kind of thing. I didn't think much of it at the time. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed, not the type to get spooked by creaky floorboards or shadows. I figured he was just sharing childhood stories that had gotten exaggerated over time. The first few weeks were actually really nice. I loved the open space, the quiet, the way you could see every star at night. My 6-year-old son, Tyler, seemed to adjust well too. He had the front bedroom. I shared the master with Mark, and there was this back bedroom we used mostly for storage. But then things changed. It started with that back bedroom. Every time I walked past it, this feeling of, I don't know how to describe it except absolute dread would wash over me. Like every cell in my body was screaming at me to get away from that doorway. I started taking the long way around the house just to avoid passing it. The sleep paralysis began next. I'd never experienced it before moving there. I'd wake up in the middle of the night completely frozen, unable to move or speak, with this overwhelming sensation that something was watching me from the corner of the room. I could feel its eyes boring into me, this hatred and hunger directed at me. And the worst part? Sometimes I could see it, just this vague, dark shape, hunched and wrong somehow. The episodes would last what felt like hours before suddenly breaking, leaving me gasping and terrified. Mark didn't seem surprised when I told him. He just nodded and said, "Yeah, that happens here sometimes." Like it was totally normal, like having occasional power outages or something. Then came the doors. They'd open by themselves, not violently, not being flung open like in movies, just slowly, deliberately opening when no one was near them. We'd close all the doors before bed and wake up to find them open in the morning. We checked for drafts, uneven floors, loose hinges. Nothing explained it. The noises were constant too. Footsteps when everyone was accounted for, scratching in the walls that wasn't rodents, so we packed up tents and headed out there with my son Tyler. We had this large family tent with little dividers inside for some privacy. Tyler was exhausted from playing all day and fell asleep almost immediately in one corner. I stayed up talking with Mark by the fire, and his kids were giggling in another part of the tent. It was actually nice. One of those rare, perfect family moments that makes you think everything might work out. The next morning, Mark's son Jake came up to me looking confused. "Why were you sleeping next to Tyler last night?" he asked, completely innocent. I told him I hadn't been. I'd been sleeping next to his dad on the other side of the tent. Jake insisted. "No, I got up to pee around 3 a.m. and I saw an adult lying next to Tyler. I thought it was you." I felt sick immediately. I asked him more about what he saw, trying to keep my voice casual so I wouldn't scare him. "It was dark," he said, shrugging. "I just saw someone big lying next to him." I figured you moved because Tyler had a nightmare or something. We cut the camping trip short, making up some excuse about checking on the animals back at the house. I couldn't bring myself to tell Mark what Jake had said. He already thought I was getting too worked up about the weird stuff happening. We left the tent and most of our gear behind, planning to come back for it the next day. 2 days later, we finally went back for the tent. The smell hit us before we even reached the campsite. It was horrific, like rotting meat mixed with the worst body odor you can imagine, with something else underneath that I can't even describe. It was so powerful I instantly threw up. Mark gagged but managed to keep it together enough to quickly fold up the tent. The smell was embedded in everything, the tent, the sleeping bags, even our clothes that we'd left behind. We ended up throwing it all away. Mark tried to blame it on a dead animal that must have crawled inside, but there was nothing there. Nothing visible anyway. After that, things escalated rapidly. The paranormal activity that had been almost subtle before became impossible to ignore or explain away. One night, about a week after the camping incident, I woke up suddenly in complete darkness. The room was pitch black, darker than it should have been, like the darkness itself was thicker somehow. And there was breathing, heavy and wet-sounding, right in front of my face, inches away, so close I could feel the heat of it on my skin. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just laid there feeling this thing breathing on me. After what felt like forever, I managed to reach over and shake Mark awake, whispering frantically for him to turn on the light. When he finally did, there was nothing there. Of course there wasn't. But as we lay back down and tried to sleep, I felt something poking me through the blanket, repeatedly jabbing at my back. It went on for an hour. Mark felt nothing, saw nothing, but I felt every single jab. My friend Kara came to visit shortly after, driving up from the city for the weekend. She arrived after dark and later told me something had followed her car up the long driveway. She could see nothing in her rearview mirror, but she could feel something keeping pace with her car, watching her. She almost turned around and drove back to the highway. Tyler, my son, refused to sleep in his room anymore. Every morning I'd find him curled up on the living room couch. When I asked why, he'd say the same thing. The face at the window won't stop looking at me. His bedroom was at the front of the house, a good 8 feet off the ground. There was no way anyone could look in without a ladder. Then the animals started disappearing. First, it was just a couple of the outdoor cats. We had about 12 that lived in the barn and kept the rodent population down. We assumed they'd just wandered off as cats sometimes do. Then 2 more vanished. Then the chickens, 2 of them gone without a trace. No feathers, no signs of predators. Then Mark's dog, a huge German shepherd who was extremely protective and not the type to run away, just disappeared overnight. By the end, we'd lost 10 cats, 2 chickens, and the dog. No bodies, no signs of struggle. They were just gone. Except for what we found on the barbecue one morning, some remains arranged too deliberately to be the work of a coyote or mountain lion. Mark insisted it was just a rabbit some predator had killed, but I knew it was one of the cats. I just knew. Tyler started having night terrors. He'd wake up screaming about the bad thing that wanted to take him to the pond. I'd find scratches on his back in the morning that hadn't been there when I put him to bed. He started wetting the bed again, something he hadn't done since he was 3. I finally reached my breaking point when I woke up one night to find Tyler standing at the foot of our bed, eyes open but clearly sleepwalking. He was mumbling something over and over. When I got closer, I realized he was saying, "It wants me to let it in. It wants me to let it in." I packed our bags the next morning. Mark and I had a huge fight. He accused me of overreacting, of scaring his kids with my ghost stories, of looking for excuses to leave him. Maybe some of that was true, but I knew what I'd experienced, what my son had experienced. We moved out that day into a small apartment in town. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. Tyler stopped having nightmares that very night. The scratches healed, the sleepwalking stopped. He went back to being my happy, energetic little boy. Mark and I tried to make it work long distance for a while, but the relationship fell apart pretty quickly. Last I heard, he'd moved out of the ranch house too, and was renting it to some distant cousin. I wonder sometimes if I should try to warn them, but what would I even say? I've experienced paranormal things before, lived in a house with a benign spirit once, just occasional footsteps, lights turning on, nothing scary. But what was on that ranch wasn't just a ghost or spirit, it was something else, something older and darker that didn't belong in our world. It's been 3 years, and I still have nightmares about that breathing in the dark, about something watching Tyler sleep in that tent, about what might have happened if we'd stayed even one more night. I don't know what was out there on those 80 acres. I don't think I want to know. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can still feel something watching me from the dark corners of my room, waiting for me to let my guard down. And sometimes, just as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear something that sounds almost but not quite like an owl. Story 4. My great-grandfather Walter moved into Sunny Pines Care Facility last year when his dementia got too severe for him to live alone. Since the family wasn't ready to sell his house yet, I volunteered to stay there for a few months to keep an eye on the place. I was between apartments anyway, and it seemed like a decent temporary solution. Free rent in exchange for basic maintenance and making sure pipes didn't freeze or whatever. The house itself wasn't particularly remarkable. A 1940s two-story with that mid-century charm, about 25 minutes outside of town. It had that distinct old person smell, a mix of mothballs, slight mustiness, and something I could never quite place. I'd visited a handful of times growing up, but never stayed overnight until last summer. From day one, I felt watched. I kept brushing it off as just being in an unfamiliar place. The house creaked and settled at night in ways my apartment never had. The first week I constantly thought I heard footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, or downstairs when I was upstairs. I'd go investigate and find nothing, just old house noises, I told myself. Sometimes I'd walk into a room and feel like I'd just missed something, like when you enter a room and someone quickly hides, that prickly feeling on the back of your neck. But I'm not one for ghost stories or supernatural stuff. I figured it was just my brain playing tricks in an old, unfamiliar house. Small things would go missing, then turn up in places I swear I'd already checked. My keys, my phone, my coffee mug. I blamed it on stress and being disorganized. The way the afternoon sun cast shadows through the old glass windows created weird patterns that sometimes looked like someone walking past. Just tricks of the light. This went on for about 3 weeks. Nothing major, just enough weirdness to make me slightly uncomfortable, but still able to rationalize everything away. Then came that Wednesday in August. It was unusually warm, probably 95 degrees outside, and the house's ancient AC unit was struggling to keep up. Before heading out to grab groceries and pick up my prescription, I made sure to close all the interior doors to keep the cool air concentrated in the main living areas. I distinctly remember doing this systematically. Bedroom, bathroom, office, spare room, even the closets. I closed all the kitchen cabinets too. I double-checked. Both the front and back doors were locked. The back door had a deadbolt plus one of those sliding bar locks. I even remember thinking how paranoid I seemed, but the house was in a relatively isolated spot, and my great-grandfather had always been security conscious. My errand run was quick, maybe 15 minutes at the pharmacy, then I realized I'd forgotten my grocery list and decided to come back to the house first. The whole trip couldn't have been more than 30-35 minutes total. When I pulled back into the driveway, everything looked normal. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, and immediately froze. Every single interior door in my line of sight was standing wide open. At first, I thought I was misremembering. Maybe I hadn't closed them all. But I knew I had. I'd been deliberate about it because of the AC issue. I called out, "Hello?" even though I knew nobody should be there. No response. I cautiously moved toward the kitchen, heart pounding. Every cabinet door and drawer was open, not just ajar, but fully open, as if someone had methodically gone through and opened each one. The fridge door was closed, thankfully, but even the small cabinet above the fridge, where my great-grandfather kept liquor, was open. My first coherent thought was, break in, but nothing seemed disturbed or missing. Plus, both exterior doors were still locked from the inside. I checked the windows, all closed and locked. There was literally no way someone could have entered and then left while locking everything behind them. I stood in the kitchen trying to process this, my heart racing. That's when I felt it, a distinct movement behind me, just outside my peripheral vision. I spun around, but nothing was there, just the empty hallway with all its doors standing open. I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer and started checking each room, flipping on lights as I went, even though it was the middle of the day. Nothing. No one. Every room was empty, yet every door was open. Closets, bathroom cabinets, even the medicine cabinet. As I returned to the main hallway, I caught a glimpse of something moving in my peripheral vision again. When I turned, again, nothing. But I swear I could feel someone, or something, just beyond where I was looking. My great-grandfather had converted an old back porch into a sunroom years ago. It had become my favorite spot in the house, bright, filled with plants, and it had decent cell reception. I headed there thinking I'd call my cousin who lived about 20 minutes away. The sunroom had a separate lock, an old sliding bolt type that could only be engaged from inside the room. I'd left my book, coffee mug and ashtray on the small table in there that morning. When I opened the door, my blood went cold. Everything from the table was scattered across the floor. My book lay open, pages bent. The coffee mug had somehow not broken but had rolled under a chair. The ashtray was upside down, ashes scattered. But here's the impossible part. That room had been locked from the inside. The bolt was still in place when I approached the door. I had to slide it open to enter. There was physically no way anyone could have entered that room, messed with my stuff, and then locked it again from the inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock my phone. As I was about to call my cousin, I glanced up through the sunroom's windows that looked back into the house. That's when I saw them. Shadows. Dark, human-shaped shadows moving through the hallway. Not just one, several. They moved in ways that didn't match any possible light source. Some tall, some shorter, moving independently of each other. I stood frozen, watching these shadowy figures move through the house. They seemed to be drifting between rooms, sometimes pausing at doorways. I couldn't make out features. They were just human-shaped darkness, slightly denser than the surrounding air. The interior doors began to open and close by themselves, not violently like in a horror movie, just normal opening and closing, as if invisible people were walking through the house, going about their business. I heard the distinct click of the bathroom door latch catching, then releasing. The creak of the office door hinge that always needed oil. I couldn't move. My body felt ice cold despite the August heat. I sat paralyzed in the sunroom chair, watching these shadow people move through my great-grandfather's house for what must have been an hour. They never entered the sunroom where I was, but I could see them clearly through the windows and glass door. At one point I forced myself to take a photo with my phone, but when I looked at the screen, nothing unusual appeared in the image, just the empty hallway, doors standing open. I had this overwhelming sense they knew I was watching them. Occasionally, one of the shadow figures would pause, as if turning toward the sunroom, and I'd feel a wave of cold dread wash over me. But they never tried to enter. My phone battery was at 15%, and I realized I hadn't actually called anyone. I was too transfixed by what I was seeing. Just as I was about to dial my cousin, I heard a car in the driveway. My wife had texted earlier saying she might stop by after her shift. The moment, and I mean the precise moment, her car pulled in, everything stopped. The shadows disappeared, the doors stopped moving. It was as if someone had flipped a switch, and whatever had been happening simply ceased. I could hear Kate's keys jingling as she approached the front door. I was still frozen in place, knife in one hand, phone in the other, trying to process what had just happened. Kate walked in, calling my name. When she found me in the sunroom, she looked around at the mess on the floor and asked, "Why'd you trash the place?" Her tone was joking, but her expression changed when she saw my face. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded insane even as I said them. Kate listened, concerned, and then walked through the house with me. Everything was exactly as I'd described, all doors open, cabinets ajar, but there were no shadows, no movement, nothing unusual apart from the open doors. We checked the entire house together, no signs of entry, no explanation for how all those doors could have opened, no way to explain what I'd seen. I tried to convince myself I'd had some kind of stress-induced hallucination, maybe carbon monoxide, but the detector was working fine. Food poisoning? But I hadn't eaten anything unusual. We ended up staying that night. Kate wouldn't let me stay alone. And nothing happened. In fact, nothing that dramatic ever happened again during my stay, though the feeling of being watched never completely went away. Small things continued to go missing. Doors I'd closed would sometimes be open when I returned, but nothing like that Wednesday. I never told my family. What would I say? That great-grandpa's house is haunted? That I saw shadow people? That I spent an hour frozen in terror, watching entities that shouldn't exist move through a locked house? I moved out as soon as I found a new apartment a month later. My uncle checks on the house now. I've spent countless hours researching online, trying to find rational explanations. The closest I've come is learning that my great-grandfather's property was built near what used to be a small community hospital in the early 1900s. The hospital was torn down long before his house was built, but the timing lines up with the Spanish flu epidemic. Sometimes I wonder if those shadows were somehow connected to that. People who died there still going about their routines, opening and closing doors in a building that no longer exists, overlapping with our world for that brief window of time. Or maybe I really did have some kind of breakdown. The human mind can play incredibly convincing tricks, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And to this day, I can't explain how every door in a locked house could have opened themselves, or how my things got scattered in a room that was locked from the inside. I haven't been back to the house since. My family is talking about selling it now that my great-grandfather has passed away. I haven't told the potential buyers anything. What would I even say? Sometimes I still dream about those shadow figures, moving just beyond where I can directly see them, and I still wake up with that feeling of being watched. Story 5. I still find it hard to talk about what happened to us in Lisbon Falls. It's been over 40 years, but some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something is watching me from the corner of my bedroom. My wife thinks I should just let it go. But how do you let go of something that's branded into your mind? I was 8 years old when we moved to Maine in 1980. My dad, James, was in the Navy, part of some special aerial response squadron. When he got transferred to Brunswick Naval Air Station, we could have just lived in the base housing, but my parents wanted more space for me and my little brother Tom. So they found this house in Lisbon Center that seemed perfect on paper, affordable, spacious, and only about 20 minutes from the base. The house was on a dead-end street across from the Warumbo Mill, this massive paper mill that dominated the town. Back then, the mill employed most of the locals, and the smell of sulfur and chemicals would sometimes get so strong you couldn't open the windows. But that wasn't what made the place feel wrong. Behind our house, down this overgrown dirt road, was an abandoned chicken farm. From day one, I noticed how people in town would clam up whenever we mentioned where we lived. they'd get this look. Not exactly fear, but something close to it. No one ever said, "Don't go near that chicken farm," but somehow everyone knew to stay away. I remember asking my dad about it once, and he just shrugged it off. "People are superstitious, Danny. It's just an old farm." But I knew it was more than that. The first really scary thing happened about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was playing with my G.I. Joes in the front yard when this silver Oldsmobile pulled up to the curb. It just sat there, engine running, for maybe 5 minutes. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe they were lost or checking a map. Then I noticed the driver staring at me. He was maybe in his 40s, with slick black hair combed straight back. He wore a dark suit that looked too heavy for the summer heat, but it was his eyes that made my blood freeze, the pure hatred in them. It was like he knew me, like I'd done something terrible to him. But I'd never seen him before in my life. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my legs work. Then he opened the car door and started walking toward me. He didn't call out or smile or anything normal adults do when approaching a kid. He just kept coming, with those dead, hateful eyes locked on mine. Thank God my grandmother happened to be visiting that week. She called out from the porch, "Daniel, time for lunch." The man stopped. He looked at the house, then back at me. Then, without a word, he got back in his car and drove away. I ran inside so fast I scraped my knees on the steps. When I told my grandmother, she just said some people are odd and to come get an adult if I ever saw him again. I don't think she really believed me. That night was when I first noticed the shadows. I was brushing my teeth when I saw something move in the hallway reflection in the bathroom mirror. It was like a person-shaped darkness that didn't match any of the actual shadows in the hall. When I turned around, nothing was there. My bedroom was upstairs, and I hated it from the start. It had these weird angled ceilings because of the roof and a small door that led to a storage space. The previous owners had left some boxes in there, which my parents eventually cleared out. But that little door always seemed to be slightly ajar in the mornings, even when I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. I started hearing things too. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone else was downstairs, whispered conversations that would stop when I opened my door to check. My parents said it was just the house settling or the wind, but houses don't settle in ways that sound exactly like someone walking toward your bed at 3 a.m. My little brother Tom had it worse. His room was across from mine, and he started having nightmares almost immediately. He was only 5, so at first my parents thought it was just the stress of moving. One morning at breakfast, Tom wouldn't eat. He just kept staring at his cereal with these huge bags under his eyes. "Tom didn't sleep again," my mom said, looking worried. "I can't sleep because they keep crawling," Tom said in this tiny voice. "Who keeps crawling, buddy?" my dad asked. "The people in the ceiling. They come out of Danny's little door and crawl around all night. Sometimes they stand at the foot of my bed and watch me." My parents exchanged that look parents have when they think their kid is just making stuff up. But I knew. I had seen the shadows too. That night, I started sleeping with pillows stacked on my chest. I can't really explain why, but having that weight there made me feel safer, like it would stop anything from getting to me. It became a habit I kept for years, even after we moved. We didn't have many neighbors on our street. Most of the houses were empty. The mill was already starting to lay people off. But there were these 2 old guys who lived in the house next door. They'd been there forever, since before the war, they said. Mr. Pelletier and Mr. Karen. One day I was helping Mr. Pelletier carry in some groceries. He was getting frail, and my mom had told me to check on them sometimes. As we put stuff away in his kitchen, he asked me how we were settling in. "Fine, I guess," I said. "The house is kind of weird, though." He got real still. "Weird how?" I shrugged, not wanting to sound like a baby. "Just noises and stuff." Mr. Pelletier and Mr. Karen looked at each other, having one of those silent conversations old friends have. "That place," Mr. Pelletier finally said, shaking his head. Something absolutely horrible happened in that upstairs. Absolutely horrible. I waited for him to continue, but Mr. Karen cut him off. Marcel, that's enough. They're living there now. I asked what happened, but they wouldn't say another word about it. Mr. Karen changed the subject to baseball, and that was that. 6 months later, Mr. Pelletier died in his sleep, and Mr. Karen moved to a nursing home, taking whatever secrets they knew with them. The longer we lived there, the worse things got. My dad was away a lot with the Navy, so it was often just me, Tom, and my mom. The shadows became more frequent. Sometimes they'd just stand in corners or at the end of hallways. Other times, they'd move quick, like they were rushing from one room to another. I started hearing the muffled conversations more frequently too. It was always like they were coming from just behind a wall, clear enough to know someone was talking, but never clear enough to make out the words. My mum never heard them, or if she did, she never admitted it. The worst spot was always that upstairs. That small storage space with the sloped ceilings became the center of the activity. Tom refused to walk past my room after dark. He said he could see fingers curling around the edge of the little door when it was open. I tried to be brave for him. I was the big brother after all. But the truth is, I was terrified too. At night, I'd hear those footsteps so clearly, the slow, deliberate sound of someone walking across my floor, stopping at the side of my bed. The weight of my pillow barricade was the only thing that let me eventually fall asleep. One night, about a year after we moved in, something happened that I still can't explain. It was around 2 a.m., and I woke up to the sound of breathing right next to my ear. Not my breathing, someone else's. It was raspy and wet, like someone with fluid in their lungs. I lay there, completely paralyzed with fear. The pillows I usually stacked on my chest had fallen off in my sleep. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The breathing continued for what felt like an eternity. Then slowly, I felt the mattress depress, like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, too scared to look. I felt cold fingers brush against my arm, just the lightest touch. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. Then my door burst open and my mom rushed in, flipping on the light. "Danny, are you okay? I thought I heard you call out." The weight on my bed was gone. There was no one there but me. I had a nightmare, I lied, not wanting to freak her out more than she already was. She sat with me for a while until I fell back asleep. The next morning, I found 5 small bruises on my arm, exactly where I'd felt those cold fingers. That same year, something horrible happened that seemed to make everything worse. A man who'd been laid off from the mill came back with a gun. He shot 2 supervisors in the parking lot, then turned the gun on himself. This happened just across the street from our house. For weeks afterward, police and reporters were everywhere. And the activity in our house escalated dramatically. It was like the violence had stirred something up. The shadows became more solid, more defined. I started seeing actual features sometimes, the suggestion of eyes or a mouth in what had previously been just dark silhouettes. I was walking home from school one day when I saw that silver Oldsmobile again, parked at the end of our street. I froze, remembering those hateful eyes. But the car was empty. I hurried home and locked the door behind me. That night, I woke up to find my little storage door wide open, the darkness inside seeming deeper and more absolute than it should have been. I got up, heart pounding, and forced myself to close it. As I did, I swear I heard someone whisper my name from inside. I started doing poorly in school. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't sleep. My parents were worried, but they attributed it to typical kid stuff or the stress of having moved. They didn't know about the man in the silver car or the shadows that seemed to follow me even outside the house sometimes. I didn't tell them because part of me worried they wouldn't believe me, and part of me worried they would. And then what? Where would we go? The weirdest thing happened years later, when I was in high school. I walked into my history class one day, and there was a substitute teacher I'd never seen before. He had black hair, slicked back, and was wearing a dark suit. When he turned around, I nearly passed out. It was him, the man from the silver car. He looked at me with no recognition at all, just called roll like normal. But throughout the class, I kept catching him staring at me with this strange expression. Not the hatred from before, but something else. Almost like confusion or curiosity. After class, I ran to the office and asked who the sub was. The secretary told me his name was Mr. Wells and that he was new to the district. I skipped school the rest of the day, too freaked out to stay. When I got home, I told my mom, but by then the shock had worn off enough for doubt to creep in. Had it really been the same man? It had been years since that day in the yard. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but I never saw Mr. Wells at school again. When I asked around, no one seemed to remember a substitute by that name. After 3 years in that house, my parents finally decided to move. The mill was laying off more people, and the neighborhood was going downhill. We moved to another part of Lisbon Falls, further from the center. The relief I felt when we left that house was indescribable. It was like a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying was suddenly lifted. Tom stopped having nightmares. I stopped hearing footsteps at night, but I never went back to that part of town. Even after I got my driver's license, I would take the long way around just to avoid driving past our old house. Something about that place, especially the upstairs, had marked me in a way I couldn't shake. Years later, I tried to research the history of the house, to find out what absolutely horrible thing Mr. Pelletier had referred to. The county records showed the house had changed hands frequently over the decades, with no family staying longer than we had. Before that, the trail went cold. I've told myself 100 different rational explanations for what we experienced. Old houses make noise. Kids have active imaginations. Grief and stress can make you see things that aren't there. But none of those explanations can account for the bruises on my arm, or the pure hatred in that man's eyes, or the way that little door would be open every morning, no matter how firmly I closed it the night before. Sometimes I drive through Lisbon Falls when I visit my parents. The mill is closed now, the building's crumbling. Our old street looks abandoned, most of the houses boarded up. But our old house is still there, still occupied. I wonder if the people living there now stack pillows on their chests at night. I wonder if they've figured out what happened in that upstairs. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if the shadows are watching them too, waiting for the day when I finally get the courage to go back. Story 6. I still can't get over what happened when I was 11. Normally, I try not to think about it too much. But after what I heard on that podcast last month, I haven't been able to sleep right. I need to write this down somewhere, even if just to sort through my own thoughts. This happened back in 1998 in Knoxville, Tennessee. We lived in this small brick house on the outskirts of town. Nothing special, just a modest 3-bedroom that my mum could afford after the divorce. I shared a room with my little brother Caleb, who was 7 at the time. We had this old bunk bed set up, and being the older one, I always got the top bunk. I loved it up there. It felt like my own little space where I could get away from everything. That night started out completely normal. It was a Friday in early October, and my mom let me stay up a little later than usual since there was no school the next day. I was obsessed with recording songs off the radio onto cassette tapes. If you grew up in the 90s, you know the struggle. Sitting there with your finger hovering over the record button, waiting for the DJ to shut up so you could catch the beginning of the song. I had been trying to record Torn by Natalie Imbruglia for like a week. Finally got a clean recording around 10:30, which was super late for an 11-year-old back then. My mom had already gone to bed, and Caleb was passed out on the bottom bunk, mouth open, snoring like a little chainsaw. I remember climbing up to my bunk, feeling accomplished about my new cassette. I had rigged this white string to the ceiling light so I could turn it off without climbing back down. Pretty clever, right? I got under my covers, pulled the string, and the room went dark, except for the glow of my little alarm clock. I closed my eyes, and I swear, not even 30 seconds later, I felt different. It's hard to explain. The air in the room felt heavy and charged, like right before a thunderstorm. At first, I thought maybe it was starting to rain outside, but then I noticed this weird blue light through my eyelids. When I opened my eyes, I literally forgot how to breathe. There, standing in the middle of our bedroom, was a Native American man. Not like the cartoonish images from our school textbooks. This was a real person. Or at least, he looked real, except for the fact that he was glowing this intense blue color. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, wearing traditional clothing with fringe and beadwork. His hair was long and black, and he had this headband with a single feather. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he was just staring at me, directly at me, not looking around the room or at Caleb. His eyes were fixed right on mine. The blue light wasn't like a flashlight or lamp. It was coming from him, like he was made of this blue energy. It wasn't super bright, but in the darkness of our room, it cast enough light that I could see the outlines of our furniture and Caleb's sleeping form below. I couldn't move, like physically could not move a muscle. I tried to scream for my mum, but nothing came out. I tried to pinch myself, thinking it had to be a dream, but my arms wouldn't listen to my brain. I was completely paralyzed, just staring back at this person, spirit, whatever he was. His face was so serious, not angry, not threatening, just intensely serious. He didn't speak, didn't move, didn't gesture, just stood there with his arms crossed, watching me. I remember his eyes most clearly. They were dark, but somehow still visible in the blue glow, and they looked ancient, like they had seen centuries pass by. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time didn't make sense. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode from my chest. I had this overwhelming sense that I was in the presence of something not of this world, something that existed outside of what I understood reality to be. Eventually, through sheer panic, I managed to break through whatever was holding me in place. My hand shot out and yanked hard on the light string. The ceiling light flashed on, and he was gone. Just gone. Not like he faded away or walked out. 1 second he was there, the next he wasn't. I sat up in bed, hyperventilating. I glanced down at Caleb, who was still sound asleep, completely undisturbed. I was too terrified to turn the light back off, but also afraid my mom would notice and come check on us. I must have sat there for hours, back pressed against the wall, knees pulled to my chest, watching the empty spot where he had stood. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have eventually. When I woke up the next morning for a brief moment, I thought maybe it had been a dream. That comforting thought lasted about 5 minutes. We were eating breakfast, just cereal, nothing special, when Caleb casually said, "Emma, did you see the blue man last night?" I dropped my spoon into my bowl, milk splashing everywhere. "What did you say?" He looked at me with those innocent 7-year-old eyes. "The Indian man with the blue light. He visits sometimes. He was here last week, too." My mum was in the kitchen, humming while she made her coffee, completely oblivious to the bomb Caleb had just dropped. I lowered my voice and leaned toward him. "You saw him too, the Native American man, with the blue glow around him." Caleb nodded, shoving another spoonful of Fruit Loops in his mouth. "Yeah, he stands in our room and watches us. I think he's making sure we're okay." Making sure we're okay. Caleb, that's scary. I could feel my heart starting to race again, just talking about it. He shrugged. "I'm not scared of him. He's nice. He's like a protector." I didn't know what to say to that. How could Caleb be so calm about a glowing blue ghost in our bedroom? And why did he think the man was protecting us? He hadn't done anything threatening, sure, but those eyes... They weren't comforting. They were intense, searching, like they were looking right through me. I never told my mom. What would I even say? "Hey, Mom, there's a glowing blue Native American ghost in our room at night." She'd either think I was making it up for attention or having nightmares. And after Caleb's reaction, I felt silly for being so frightened. Maybe he was right. Maybe this, whatever it was, meant no harm. But I still took precautions. I started sleeping with a small desk lamp on. I made up excuses about being afraid of the dark suddenly, and my mom just assumed it was a phase. I arranged my stuffed animals in a circle around me, like some kind of protective barrier. Kid logic, I know, but it made me feel better. The strange thing is, I never saw him again after that night, not once. Sometimes I'd wake up with that same heavy feeling in the air, and I'd quickly turn on my light, but he was never there. After a few months, I started to convince myself that maybe it really had been my imagination, despite what Caleb had said. We moved to a different house when I was 13, and by then, the incident had faded to this weird childhood memory that I rarely thought about. Life went on, high school, college, jobs, relationships. Caleb and I never really talked about it again. I'm not even sure he remembers it now. Fast forward to last month. I'm 37 years old, living in Nashville, working as a dental hygienist. I've got a normal life, a small apartment, a cat named Pancakes. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural. The Blue Man became this fuzzy childhood story I occasionally thought about, but mostly dismissed. I was driving home from work, listening to this podcast called Unexplained Encounters. It's not something I usually listen to, but a co-worker had recommended this specific episode. They had a segment where they read listener stories, and the host introduced one from an anonymous person in San Diego. As the story started playing, my hands tightened on the steering wheel. The listener described waking up in the middle of the night to find a Native American man standing in their bedroom, glowing with a blue aura, arms crossed, staring directly at them. The description was exactly the same as what I'd seen. The traditional clothing, the serious expression, the intense eyes. The only difference was that this person said the figure was holding a small hatchet or tomahawk in one hand. I had to pull over. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't drive. I sat there on the shoulder of the road, tears streaming down my face, trying to process what I was hearing. Someone in San Diego, literally on the opposite side of the country, had seen the same entity I had. The exact same one. How was that possible? What really got to me wasn't just the confirmation that I hadn't imagined it, but the realization that this being, whatever it is appearing to different people. Why? What does it want? Is Caleb right? Is it some kind of protector? And if so, what is it protecting us from? I tried calling Caleb that night, but he didn't pick up. We don't talk much these days. He's busy with his own family in Colorado. I left a vague message asking if he remembered that weird thing from our old bedroom. He hasn't called back yet. Since hearing that podcast, I've been obsessively searching online for similar stories. I found a few vague accounts that could be the same entity, but nothing as specific as what was described in the podcast. I tried contacting the show to get in touch with the anonymous submitter, but they have a policy against connecting listeners. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. with that same heavy feeling in the air. For the first time in 26 years, I was genuinely afraid to open my eyes. I laid there, heart racing, convinced that if I looked, he would be there, standing in my apartment, watching me with those ancient eyes. I finally worked up the courage to look, but my room was empty, just Pancakes sleeping at the foot of my bed, oblivious to my panic. I still don't know what to make of all this. Was it a ghost? A shared hallucination? Some kind of cultural memory? And why does he appear to certain people? What connects me, Caleb, and some random person in San Diego? The rational part of my brain keeps trying to explain it away. Maybe I heard about this figure somewhere as a child, and my mind created the vision. Maybe the podcast story triggered some false memory, but deep down, I know what I saw. I know it was real. The fear I felt that night wasn't something my 11-year-old imagination could have created. I just wish I knew what it meant. Does anyone else have any similar experiences? Has anyone else seen him? I can't be the only one. There has to be more to this story, more people who have encountered him. I need to understand why he chose to appear to me that night, and why, after all these years, he's resurfaced in my life through a stranger's story. I haven't told anyone else about this. Even writing it out now, I worry it sounds crazy, but I know what I saw. And now, I know I'm not alone in seeing it. I just don't know if that makes it better or so much worse. Story 7. I've never been able to fully explain what happened to us in that house. Even now, 20 years later, I still get chills thinking about it. I've tried telling friends, but they either think I'm making it up or they get too freaked out and change the subject. So I figured I'd post here where people might actually understand. My family moved into this 2-story, 2-family home when I was 3. I'm Sarah, by the way. It was me, my baby brother, and my parents, Martha and John. At first, we lived in the upstairs apartment and everything seemed normal. But looking back, that's when the weird stuff started happening, even though I was too young to notice most of it. The first incident my mom told me about happened when I was about 3, and my brother was just a baby. Mom got up in the middle of the night to check on my brother. As she walked toward his room, she saw what she thought was him standing in the doorway. She was confused because he was way too young to be walking, let alone standing there by himself. She called out to him, but he didn't respond. He just turned and walked away. My mom rushed into the room, and there was my brother, sound asleep in his crib. She told my dad about it the next morning, and he just brushed it off, saying she was probably half asleep and imagined it. But then it happened again, and again, always the same thing. A little boy about toddler age, standing silently, then walking away and vanishing. My mom was starting to freak out, but she kept it from me and my brother. When I turned 5, we moved to the downstairs apartment in the same house. That's when things got so much worse. The first thing I remember personally was the cat. We didn't own a cat, but all of us, even my dad, who was the biggest skeptic, saw this fluffy orange cat. It would just be sitting in the doorway of my parents' bedroom closet. The first time I saw it, I ran to pet it, but as I got close, it just disappeared. Like, not ran away. Disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. My dad tried to explain it away, saying it was probably a neighbor's cat that got in somehow and ran out when I approached. But that didn't explain how it kept appearing in the exact same spot, or how it could disappear without running past any of us, or how our doors and windows were always closed when it happened. My mum's experiences got way scarier after we moved downstairs. One night, my dad was working late. Mum said she was half asleep when she felt someone getting into bed beside her. She thought it was Dad finally coming home, so she rolled over to say hi. But instead of my dad, there was a woman lying next to her, wearing a red nightgown. Mom said the woman just stared at her, not saying anything. Mom completely freaked out. She jumped out of bed and ran to the hallway. When she worked up the courage to look back in the room, the woman was gone. She called my dad in a panic and he came home right away, but of course there was no one there. For me, the worst part was the shadow man. I was around 8 when I started seeing him. He wasn't like a normal shadow that you'd expect to see when light hits something. This was a full-on human-shaped shadow that would walk past my bedroom door in the middle of the day. Our hallway was well lit. There was no reason for any shadows to be there, let alone one shaped like a person walking by. The first few times, I thought it was my dad or my brother. I'd call out, "Dad," or "Tommy," but no one would answer. I'd get up to check and no one would be in the hallway. It happened so often that I started keeping my door closed, but that just made me more anxious because I couldn't see what was out there. I told my mum about it, and she believed me right away. That's when she finally told me about the boy she'd seen upstairs when I was little. She said she hadn't wanted to scare me, but now that I was seeing things too, she thought I should know. My brother Tommy was too young to really understand most of what was happening, but even he had experiences. He'd wake up crying, saying there was a bad man in his room. My parents would check, but of course there was never anyone there. The worst incident, the one that still gives me nightmares, happened when I was 8. Tommy was 5 by then. We were jumping on my bed, just being normal kids. Our parents were in the kitchen making dinner. It was around 5 p.m., still daylight outside, my room filled with normal afternoon light. We were laughing and having fun when suddenly Tommy stopped and stared at the floor near my closet. I followed his gaze and saw something forming right out of the floor. It started as a small distortion, like the air was bending. Then it grew bigger, rising up from the floor, taking shape. It's so hard to describe what it looked like. It wasn't solid. It was transparent, but not like a typical ghost you'd imagine. It was more like static, like when a TV doesn't have reception, but in the shape of a person. The inside of it was shimmering, almost like it contained stars or tiny sparkles that moved constantly. Tommy and I both froze. The thing was now fully formed, about the size of an adult, but not quite right. Its proportions were off somehow, arms too long, head slightly too big, and it started moving toward us. I grabbed Tommy's hand. The thing was getting closer, and there was this feeling, God, I can't even explain the feeling. It was like all the air was being sucked out of the room, like everything got colder and heavier, like something was pressing down on my chest. Tommy started crying, and that broke my paralysis. I screamed as loud as I could, and we both bolted from the room. We ran straight into the kitchen, hysterical. My mum said we were both white as sheets, shaking and crying so hard she couldn't understand what we were saying. When we finally calmed down enough to explain, my dad went to check my room. He said there was nothing there, but the room was freezing cold, even though the rest of the house was warm. He checked the windows, the vents, everything, but couldn't find any reason for it to be so cold. My mum did something smart then. She separated me and Tommy. She gave us each paper and crayons and asked us to draw what we'd seen. We were in different rooms, couldn't see each other's drawings. When we finished, she put them side by side. They were identical. Both showed a human-shaped figure with stars inside it. Tommy had even drawn the 2 long arms, just like I had. That's when my parents finally took it seriously. They'd both had their own experiences, but seeing that 2 kids could independently draw the exact same impossible thing, that was the breaking point. My mum contacted a local paranormal investigator. They came with all kinds of equipment, EMF readers, thermal cameras, audio recorders. They picked up weird readings all over the house, especially in my room and near my parents' closet, where the orange cat always appeared. During their investigation, one of their audio recorders captured a child's voice saying, "Play with me," when no children were in the room. The thermal cameras showed cold spots that moved around, sometimes following people. They caught orbs on camera that couldn't be explained by dust or lens flares. The investigator believed our house had at least 3 distinct entities: the boy my mom had seen upstairs, the woman in the red nightgown, and whatever that static figure was that Tommy and I saw. They couldn't explain the orange cat or the shadow man, but suggested they might be manifestations of the other spirits. After their investigation, my parents wanted to move, but we couldn't afford to break our lease. We had 2 more years in that house, 2 more years of the orange cat appearing and disappearing, 2 more years of the shadow man walking past my door, 2 more years of cold spots and strange noises and the feeling of being watched. Tommy and I never saw the static figure again, but we refused to be alone in any room. We started sleeping in the same room, with the lights on. My mum would find us huddled together in the morning, both wide awake because we were too scared to sleep. My dad, who had been the skeptic, started coming home from work earlier. He stopped dismissing our stories and started keeping a log of all the weird occurrences. He installed more lights, thinking it would help us feel safer, but it didn't stop the Shadow Man or the orange cat. The day our lease was finally up was the happiest day of my childhood. We moved across town to a small apartment. It was cramped compared to the house, but none of us cared. We were just relieved to be out of there. The funny thing is, after we moved, my mum ran into our old landlord at the grocery store. She asked if he'd found new tenants yet. He looked uncomfortable and admitted that the house had been hard to rent out. Apparently, no one ever stayed longer than a year before breaking their lease. We'd been the longest tenants they'd ever had. Mum asked if other tenants had reported strange occurrences. The landlord hesitated, but finally told her that yes, there had been complaints. He also revealed something he hadn't told us before. A family in the 1970s had experienced a tragedy in that house. A woman had died in her sleep in what became my parents' bedroom, and her son had died a few years later in what had been my room. When Mom asked how the boy died, the landlord claimed not to know the details. But he did mention that the woman had owned an orange cat that reportedly died the same night she did. Looking back as an adult, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was mass hysteria. Maybe it was an old house with weird acoustics and drafts. Maybe my young mind exaggerated everything. But I know what I saw. I know what my brother saw. And those identical drawings, how do you explain that? That house changed me. It's why I can't sleep with the closet door open even now. It's why I get anxious in dimly lit hallways. It's why I flinch when I see an orange cat. And it's why, no matter how logical and rational I try to be in my adult life, I know with absolute certainty that there are things in this world that can't be explained. I still have those drawings. My mom kept them, sealed in a folder at the back of her filing cabinet. Sometimes I take them out and look at them, just to remind myself that I didn't imagine it. That shimmering, static-filled humanoid figure was real. Tommy and I both saw it, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I worry that it saw us too, that it recognized us somehow, that it's still out there, and that someday it might find us again. Story 8. I've debated for months whether to share this. Most people I tell think I'm crazy or making it up, but I swear on everything I care about that this happened exactly as I'm describing it. My hands are actually shaking as I type this out. I grew up in Milford, a super quiet neighborhood where nothing ever happens. Like seriously, the most exciting thing was when someone got a new car or put up Christmas lights. That's why what happened to me when I was 13 stands out so vividly, because it was so completely out of place in my normal life. Our house was pretty standard, 2-story, 3 bedrooms, with my room on the first floor and my parents upstairs. I always slept with my door open because closing it made my room feel stuffy and hot. That's important for what happened next. It was a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I had a math test the next day that I was stressing about. I was lying in bed, not quite asleep, but definitely drowsy, when I noticed something weird about the cabinet in our front room. You could see it perfectly from my bed through the open doorway. The cabinet was giving off this faint white glow, not like a light bulb or anything technological, more like it was somehow illuminated from within. At first I thought it was just moonlight reflecting off the glass doors, but the curtains were closed and there was no light source that could explain it. Looking at it gave me the worst feeling. I can't even properly describe it, like a physical weight of dread pressing down on my chest. My whole body went cold and clammy, and I broke out in this awful cold sweat. I wanted to call out to my parents, but I couldn't make my voice work. I was just frozen there, staring at this glowing cabinet. About 5 minutes passed with me just lying there, unable to look away. Then it happened. The storage door at the back of the front room, the one that led to this little closet where we kept coats and shoes. It slowly opened, and something came out. It was God. I still struggle to describe it. It was shaped like a person, but completely black. Not black like skin or clothing, black like a void, like a hole in reality. But the edges of it had this weird static-like quality, almost like it was flickering in and out of existence. It was solid enough that I couldn't see through it, but it didn't seem fully there. The shadow thing took several deliberate steps forward, moving with this weird precision. It wasn't walking naturally like a person. Each movement was calculated and eerily perfect, like a soldier marching or something robotic. It moved toward our front door, and for a second I thought it was going to leave. Then it stopped, and with this horrifying mechanical motion, it turned, a perfect 90-degree turn, and faced directly toward my bedroom, toward me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just lay there as it began walking toward my room. There was no sound at all, no footsteps, no breathing, just complete silence as this thing entered my bedroom. It stopped right beside my bed. Then it turned again with that same unnatural precision until it was facing me directly. I could feel it looking at me, even though it didn't have visible eyes or a face I could make out. It was just this black, static-edged silhouette standing over me, watching. Something in me snapped. Pure survival instinct took over, and I just launched myself out of bed. I didn't think. I just ran straight toward the door, which meant running straight through whatever this thing was. As I passed through it, I felt this intense cold that cut straight to my bones. It was like plunging into ice water, but worse, like the cold was inside me, reaching parts of me that should never feel cold. There was this weird resistance too, like pushing through thick jelly, but I broke through and just bolted for the stairs. I ran up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I was making these pathetic whimpering sounds, not even able to form a proper scream. When I reached my parents' door, I started pounding on it with both fists. The whole time, I kept looking back at the staircase, terrified that the shadow would follow me up. But nothing came. The hallway stayed empty. Eventually, my dad opened the door, half asleep and confused. I was hyperventilating so hard, I couldn't even explain what happened. They thought I'd had a nightmare, and honestly, maybe that was easier to believe. I slept in their room for 3 nights after that. My dad eventually carried me back to my own bed on the 4th night, saying I needed to face my fears. I was too embarrassed to argue, but I slept with all the lights on for weeks. About a month later, my mum gave me this dream catcher she'd bought at some craft fair. She said it would keep the bad dreams away, and even though I knew what I'd seen wasn't a dream, I hung it up anyway. I was desperate for anything that might help. Things calmed down after that. No more glowing cabinet, no more shadow figure. I started to convince myself that maybe it had been my imagination or some half-awake hallucination. I mean, I was at that age where your brain is doing all kinds of weird stuff with hormones and growth. Then, one morning in December, I was getting dressed for school when I saw something move past my doorway. It wasn't the shadow figure. It was different. Have you ever seen those movies where someone has a cloaking device and you can just barely see the outline of them as they move? It was like that. A distortion in the air, shaped like a person, moving quickly down the hallway toward the front room. I froze with my shirt half on, staring at the empty doorway. I finished getting dressed mechanically, my hands shaking the whole time. When I went to the kitchen, my mum was making breakfast. I tried to sound casual when I told her, "Mum, I just saw something flash by my door." She barely looked up from the stove. "It's just your imagination, Adrian. Hurry up or you'll be late." I sat down at the table, trying to eat my cereal even though my appetite was gone. That's when I saw it again. That same distortion, like heat waves in the shape of a person moving past the kitchen doorway. "Mum!" I just saw it again. By the door. She stopped stirring the eggs and turned to me slowly. Her face had gone completely white. She whispered, "I know." The words sent ice down my spine. Before I could respond, we both heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming down the wooden stairs. The steps in our house always creaked in a specific pattern, and these sounds followed that pattern exactly, but much slower than normal walking. Like something was trying to be quiet, but didn't quite know how. Mom and I just stared at each other. Dad had already left for work an hour earlier. We were alone in the house, or were supposed to be. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and then stopped. My mom finally broke the silence between us, calling out, "Hello?" Then she walked to the doorway and looked around the corner toward the stairs. There was nothing there. Nothing visible anyway. She came back to the kitchen looking shaken. "Finish your breakfast," she said firmly. "You're going to be late." That day at school was a blur. All I could think about was what my mom had said. I know. She'd seen it too. Whatever was in our house, it wasn't just targeting me, and it wasn't just my imagination. When I got home, I tried to talk to her about it. "Mum, about this morning," she cut me off immediately. "Adrian, I don't want to discuss it. But you saw something too, right? You said..." I said, "I don't want to discuss it." Her voice had this edge I'd never heard before. She wasn't angry, she was scared. That terrified me more than anything else. That night, I lay awake, staring at my ceiling. Every creak of the house, every shadow from passing car headlights, everything seemed threatening. I kept thinking about how the shadow figure had stood over me, watching, and how my mom had seen something too, but refused to talk about it. Around 1 a.m., I heard the cabinet doors in the front room click open, just a soft, distinct click of the latch releasing. I pulled my blanket over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, like a little kid thinking monsters can't get you if you can't see them. The temperature in my room dropped dramatically. Even under my blanket, I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. Then came the footsteps, the same deliberate, measured pace as the shadow figure from before. They stopped at the foot of my bed. I felt my mattress dip slightly, like someone had placed a hand on it. Then again near my feet, like something was crawling onto the bed. The weight shifted up the mattress, moving closer to where I lay frozen under the covers. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The weight settled right next to me, pressing down on the mattress so that my body rolled slightly toward it. Then, just above the edge of my blanket, I heard breathing. Not human breathing. It was too rhythmic, too perfect, like something imitating the sound of breathing without actually needing to breathe. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off, and it was morning. The dream catcher my mom had given me was on the floor, broken into pieces. The string that held the beads snapped in multiple places. When I showed my mom, she just stared at it, then quietly said, "I'll get you another one." She never acknowledged what might have broken it. We moved out of that house 3 months later. My parents claimed it was because Dad got a new job, but I noticed they started house hunting the day after the dream catcher broke. Nobody ever directly talked about what happened, but occasionally I'd catch my mom staring at me with this worried look, especially whenever I was standing near the cabinet in the front room. The night before we moved, I heard my parents arguing in their bedroom. Mom was crying, saying something about it followed him, and Dad was trying to calm her down, saying, "There's nothing there, it's just stress." I never saw the shadow figure or the invisible thing clearly again after we moved. But sometimes, even now, I'll catch a glimpse of something static-like in my peripheral vision. And sometimes, on really quiet nights, I still hear that perfect mechanical breathing right next to my ear. I don't know what it was that came into our house that night. I don't know if it was after me specifically or if it was just passing through. But I know it was real. and sometimes I think it's still watching me, waiting for me to acknowledge it again. Last week I got a call from my mum. She asked if I'd been sleeping well. When I asked why, she hesitated, then just said, "No reason, just checking in." Before she hung up, she added, "Adrian, don't look for it. Some things find you easier when you're looking." I don't know what she meant. I don't want to know. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever visited me that night in Milford is still out there. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed with the door open, I catch myself staring into the darkness, half expecting to see that white glow begin again. Story 9. I still get chills just thinking about this, even though it happened 3 years ago. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty logical, science-oriented, and need to see things with my own eyes to believe them. Well, now I've seen something, and I wish I hadn't. I'm half Filipino but grew up mostly in the States. My mom always made sure we visited the Philippines every few years to connect with our relatives and culture. The summer I turned 21, we went to stay at my grandmother's family mansion in Betis province. It's this huge old colonial-style house that's been in the family for generations. The place always gave me weird vibes, but I chalked it up to culture shock and the unfamiliar tropical setting. When we arrived, my cousins were already there. Edwin, Mari, and Tina. They grew up in the Philippines and were always telling stories about the house being haunted. I'd roll my eyes and laugh it off as them trying to scare the American cousin. If I'm being honest, part of me was a little freaked out by their stories, but I'd never admit it to them. The mansion sits across from some baseball courts and has this imposing look to it. It's the kind of place that stands out even in a neighborhood of nice houses. Inside, it's all hardwood floors, antique furniture, and high ceilings that make every little sound echo. My grandmother had staff who maintained the place, 2 housekeepers, a cook, and a groundskeeper who seemed nervous all the time. On our 3rd night there, we were all hanging out in the 2nd floor living room. This room is massive, maybe 20 by 45 feet, with ceilings that must be 14 feet high. There was a Christmas tree set up in the middle of the room even though it was summer. My grandmother liked having it up year-round for some reason. On the east side was this ornate table with a large Jesus statue, and on the west side was the entertainment area with a TV. I was sitting on this old green velvet couch near these huge sliding glass doors that led out to a balcony. Outside it was pitch black. The balcony overlooked the garden, but at night you couldn't see anything out there, just darkness. It was around 10 p.m. and we were watching some Filipino game show. My cousins were laughing and translating parts I couldn't understand. The housekeepers had gone home for the day. My parents were in another wing of the house, and my grandmother had already gone to bed. The house was quieter than usual, with just the TV and our voices breaking the silence. I remember feeling unusually cold, which was weird because it was hot and humid even at night. I thought maybe someone had turned up the AC, but no one else seemed bothered by it. The cold felt concentrated, like it was only affecting the area right behind me. At one point I heard something drop behind the couch. It sounded like a small object hitting the hardwood floor. I figured it was the remote since we'd been passing it back and forth. Being lazy and not wanting to get up, I slid over the top of the couch in this weird bridge position with my face pressed against the glass doors, reaching down to grab what I thought was the remote. That's when I saw her. In the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. When I turned my head slightly, I saw a young girl with long black hair wearing what looked like a white dress or nightgown. She was on all fours, crawling backward away from me, moving toward the Christmas tree. The way she moved wasn't normal. It was jerky, too fast, like watching footage played at slightly higher speed. The moment froze. I was stuck in that awkward position, half draped over the couch back, staring at this girl who shouldn't be there. Our eyes met, and I'll never forget her face, pale, with dark eyes that were too wide, too aware. She didn't look scared. She looked like she'd been caught doing something she shouldn't. I blinked, and in that split second she disappeared, just vanished. No running away, no hiding behind furniture, just gone. I practically fell off the couch, landing hard on the floor. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My cousins stopped laughing and looked at me, asking what was wrong. When I told them what I'd seen, I expected them to laugh it off or tell me I was imagining things. Instead, they all went quiet. Then Tina started pointing at me with this weird smile on her face. Edwin and Mari followed suit, smiling and nodding like what I'd said confirmed something they already knew. "You saw her," Edwin said. "She likes you." I got angry, thinking they were messing with me. "Did you guys set this up? Is there another kid in the house?" I demanded. But their reaction seemed too genuine. They weren't laughing like they would if it had been a prank. They seemed almost relieved, like I'd finally joined some club they'd been in for years. Mari told me about the little girl. Apparently she was a regular visitor in the house. The staff called her Anna, though no one knew if that was really her name. According to my cousins, she usually appeared to new people in the house, like she was curious about them. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a neighborhood kid who had snuck in. Maybe it was a trick of the light or my imagination working overtime after all the ghost stories. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. The girl hadn't just hidden, she had disappeared, and the cold spot I'd felt earlier was gone now, like it had left with her. We stayed up late that night, with my cousins telling me all the other strange things that had happened in the house. Tina had seen the girl several times, usually near the Christmas tree or by the Jesus statue. Edwin claimed he'd once found all the kitchen cabinets open one morning when he'd been the first person awake. Mari said she'd heard children laughing in empty rooms, but the story that really got to me was about one of the former maids. According to my cousins, this woman had been working late one night, cleaning the very room we were sitting in. The next morning, she refused to come back to work. When my grandmother finally convinced her to return a week later, she wouldn't go upstairs alone and never spoke about what she'd seen. She eventually quit after working there for 10 years. I barely slept that night. I kept my light on and jumped at every little sound. The next morning at breakfast, I casually mentioned to my grandmother what had happened. I expected her to dismiss it, but instead she just nodded and said, "That house has many stories. Some of them are still walking around." Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of everything in that house. The way the floorboards would creak in rooms no one was in. How doors would be closed when I returned to a room I'd left open. The constant feeling of being watched when I was alone. I started noticing patterns. The strange occurrences usually happened in the evening, between 9 p.m. and midnight. They were more frequent in certain parts of the house: the second-floor living room, the main staircase, and the hallway leading to my grandmother's room. And although I never saw the girl again, I felt her presence. Several times, I'd get that same cold feeling, like someone was standing right behind me, but when I'd turn around, no one would be there. I asked my grandmother about the history of the house, hoping to find some explanation. She told me it had been built in the 1920s by a wealthy Spanish-Filipino businessman. The land it was built on used to be part of a larger estate that included a small chapel and cemetery, though those were long gone. She didn't know of any tragedies that had happened in the house itself. No deaths or accidents that would explain a haunting. What freaked me out most was how normal everyone treated these occurrences. My cousins, my grandmother, even the staff. They all acknowledged the strange happenings, but went about their lives like it was just an ordinary inconvenience, like rain on a picnic day. "Just don't bother her, and she won't bother you," my grandmother said, as if she was talking about a moody neighbor and not a ghost. One evening, about a week after my encounter, I was alone in my room reading when the power went out. This wasn't unusual. Blackouts happen pretty regularly in that part of the Philippines. I had a flashlight ready and turned it on, planning to head downstairs where everyone had probably gathered. As I opened my door, I heard what sounded like small footsteps running down the hallway, followed by a child's giggle. The sound was so clear, so close, that I instinctively called out, "Hello?" The footsteps stopped. Then, slowly, I heard them again, not running now, but walking deliberately toward my door. I slammed the door shut and pressed my back against it, my heart racing. A moment later, the knob turned. Not violently, but slowly, like someone checking if the door was locked. I held the knob from my side, feeling it rotate against my grip. Then came a soft knock. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My voice was stuck in my throat and my entire body was rigid with fear. The knocking stopped, and after what felt like an eternity, I heard those small footsteps moving away from my door. When the power came back on a few minutes later, I practically ran downstairs to find my family. No one else had heard anything. My parents had been on the ground floor the whole time. My cousins had been out with friends. The staff had gone home hours earlier. I was the only one on the second floor when the power went out. I couldn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept my door locked and pushed a chair against it for good measure. I tried to convince my parents to move to a hotel, making up excuses about the heat or the mosquitoes, but they didn't buy it. We were scheduled to stay for another week, and I was counting down the hours. 2 nights before we were set to leave, I woke up around 3 a.m. with an intense need to use the bathroom. The nearest one was down the hall, and I debated just holding it till morning. But eventually, necessity won out. I grabbed my phone for light and quietly opened my door, listening carefully before stepping into the hallway. The house was silent, except for the distant hum of air conditioners and the occasional creaking of the old structure. I made it to the bathroom without incident and was washing my hands when I heard it, a soft humming coming from somewhere nearby. It was a melody I didn't recognize, sung in what sounded like a child's voice. I turned off the water and stood perfectly still, listening. The humming continued, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, like whoever was singing was moving around. I slowly opened the bathroom door and peeked out. The hallway was empty, but the humming seemed to be coming from the second-floor living room. Every instinct told me to run back to my room, but some morbid curiosity pushed me forward. I had to know, I had to see. I moved quietly down the hallway, following the sound. When I reached the living room, the humming stopped. The room was bathed in moonlight coming through the glass doors. The Christmas tree's ornaments glinted in the dim light. The Jesus statue seemed to watch me from the corner, and there, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, was a dark shape. I froze, unable to move or speak. The shape didn't move either. We just stayed there, staring at each other in the moonlight. Then, slowly, it stood up. It was small, child-sized, and as it moved into a patch of moonlight, I could see it was the girl. She was wearing the same white dress, her long black hair hanging down over her face. She tilted her head like she was examining me. Then she raised her hand and pointed at me. No, not at me, behind me. I felt that cold sensation again, stronger than before, like I was standing in a freezer. The hairs on my arms and neck stood up, and I could see my breath fogging in front of me despite the tropical heat. I couldn't turn around. I was terrified of what might be behind me. The girl lowered her arm and took a step toward me, then another. She was moving in that same unnatural way, too fast and too jerky. I backed away until I hit something solid. A wall, I thought, until I felt how cold it was. Whatever was behind me, it wasn't the wall. I took off running. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was in my room with the door locked and all the lights on. I sat on my bed, shaking until sunrise. When morning came, I went downstairs to find my parents already packing. My father had gotten a call, an emergency at work, and we needed to fly back immediately. We would be leaving that day instead of 2 days later. I've never been so relieved in my life. As we were loading our luggage into the car, I looked up at the second-floor windows. In the living room window, I swear I saw a small figure watching us leave, just for a moment. Then it was gone. I've never gone back to that house. My parents have returned to the Philippines since then, but I always find an excuse to stay home. My cousins still live there, and when we video chat, they sometimes tease me about my friend, who apparently asks about me. They say it like it's funny, but I don't laugh. I don't know who or what I saw in that mansion. I don't know if it was really a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it was aware of me, and sometimes even now I wake up in the middle of the night feeling cold, like something followed me home from Betis. Das liegt. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been over 3 months and I haven't stepped foot in that church after dark since then. I've tried talking to a few people about it, but I just get those looks, you know the ones, like I've lost my mind or I'm making stuff up for attention. So I figured I'd write it down here where maybe someone will understand or have experienced something similar. For context, I've been the head sound engineer at Oak Ridge Community Church for about 5 years now. It's a pretty standard job. I handle the audio during services, train volunteers, and maintain the equipment. One of my regular tasks is duplicating sermon CDs for church members who request them, especially the elderly folks who can't stream online. I usually do this work at night because it's quiet and I can focus. The church is totally empty, and I can get through a stack of duplication requests in a couple of hours without interruptions. Plus, I've always been a night owl, so working at 1 or 2 a.m. has never bothered me. Our sound booth is up in the balcony of the sanctuary. It's this small glassed-in area with all our equipment. The soundboard, computers, CD burners, everything. I know the building like the back of my hand at this point, so I rarely turn on all the lights when I'm there alone. It wastes electricity, and there's enough ambient light from the street lamps outside that comes through the stained glass windows. Usually, I just use the single bulb in the sound booth. That night, it was a Tuesday in late October, was completely normal at first. I got to the church around midnight, let myself in with my key, and headed straight up to the sound booth. I didn't bother with the sanctuary lights. I could see well enough from the street lamps, and the booth had its own light. Besides, I've done this hundreds of times before. I settled in, fired up the computer and CD burners, and started duplicating a sermon from the previous Sunday. Pastor Mike had done this whole series on Revelations that was weirdly popular with the congregation. I had about 25 copies to make, so I knew I'd be there for a while. For about an hour, everything was completely normal. The church was dead silent, except for the hum of the equipment and the occasional click of my mouse. It was peaceful, actually. I was about halfway through the stack when I heard it clink. It was this distinct ceramic sound, like 2 coffee mugs tapping together. It came from somewhere in the middle of the sanctuary, down in the pews below the balcony. It was so clear and so out of place in the silence that I immediately stopped what I was doing. If you've ever been in a church service, you know that sound. People bring their coffee mugs in and set them down on the pew or the floor, and sometimes they knock together. We're always finding mugs after service that people forget. It's such a specific sound, and there was absolutely no mistaking it. But it was 1:30 a.m. Nobody was supposed to be there. At first, I thought maybe someone had come in, like the pastor or the janitor, even though that would be extremely unusual at that hour. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice echoed through the empty sanctuary. Nothing. Complete silence. I sat there for a minute, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, or maybe it was something else. The building settling or something falling somewhere. But I knew what I'd heard. I decided to check it out. I went downstairs to the sanctuary and flipped on all the lights. The sudden brightness made me squint as I started methodically walking up and down each row of pews, checking for anything that could have made that sound. About halfway down the center section, I found a few mugs scattered on the floor beneath different pews. Some church members are really bad about taking their mugs to the kitchen after service, But none of them were close enough to each other to have clinked together. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. I even got down on my hands and knees and looked under the pews, thinking maybe something had fallen or rolled. Nothing. Whatever made that sound, I couldn't find the source. After a thorough search, I convinced myself it must have been something else. Maybe something in the walls or the heating system making a similar sound. Old buildings make weird noises, right? I turned off most of the lights again, leaving just one dim one on in the back of the sanctuary for a bit of comfort, and went back up to the sound booth to finish my work. About 20 minutes later it happened again, clink, the exact same sound, the exact same location, middle of the sanctuary, down in the pews, exactly where I'd just looked. This time I felt a chill run down my spine. I went downstairs again and searched the same area, even more thoroughly this time. I moved benches. I tapped mugs together to confirm that was definitely the sound I'd heard. I checked the doors to make sure they were locked. Nothing had changed. No one was there. The mugs were exactly where I'd found them before. At this point I was getting genuinely uneasy. I went back upstairs, but this time I locked the balcony door from the inside. It was silly, but it made me feel better. I tried to focus on finishing the CD duplication as quickly as possible so I could leave. For about 30 minutes, everything was quiet again. I was almost starting to relax when clink, 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 3 times in rapid succession, same spot. But this time, it wasn't just once and done. It continued, clink, 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 like someone was deliberately tapping mugs together rhythmically. My heart was pounding. I froze in my chair, staring down at the sanctuary through the booth window. The single light I'd left on cast long shadows across the pews, but I couldn't see any movement or anything out of place. The clinking continued for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I didn't go down to check this time. I was too freaked out. I decided I'd just finish what I was doing and get out. I had about 5 more CDs to duplicate, which would take about 20 minutes. I could handle that. To save electricity, and because honestly that one light was creating more creepy shadows than actual illumination, I reached over to the light panel in the booth and switched off the sanctuary light. The room below fell into darkness, except for the faint glow from the street lamps through the windows. I turned back to the computer, trying to focus on the screen and not think about the sounds. I just wanted to finish and leave. That's when it happened. The first thing I noticed was a low, deep rumble, almost like a bass note, so low you feel it more than hear it. It started soft, but quickly grew louder. The entire booth began to vibrate. My coffee mug started skittering across the desk. The CD cases rattled against each other. I looked down at the soundboard, and what I saw made no sense. Every single LED on the board was maxing out to red, indicating a massive audio overload, but there weren't any microphones plugged in. No inputs were active. The whole system was in standby mode, and the sanctuary speakers weren't even powered on. Yet the soundboard was reacting like someone had dropped a microphone or screamed directly into it. The rumbling grew more intense. The entire sanctuary was shaking now. I could see the pews vibrating below. It wasn't like an earthquake. It was like the whole room was resonating with this impossibly deep frequency that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I'm an audio engineer. I know sound. I know acoustics. What was happening defied everything I understand about how sound works in a space like that. The rumbling built to this crescendo where my teeth were chattering and my vision was actually blurring from the vibration. The computer monitor was shaking so hard I thought it might fall off the desk. The CD burners were jumping around. The sound was deafening, not loud in the normal sense, but so physically powerful that it felt like it was crushing me. And then, after about 30 seconds of this, it just stopped. Complete silence. The LEDs on the soundboard immediately dropped back to nothing. The vibration ceased instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. The abrupt transition from that overwhelming sound to absolute silence was almost as shocking as the noise itself. I waited for something else to happen. Nothing did, just silence. That's when I noticed two things that still give me chills when I think about them. First, the computer clock showed 3:33 a.m. I don't know why, but that number felt significant and wrong. I could have sworn it was only about 2:15 when the rumbling started. Second, all of the CDs I'd been duplicating, every single one, were completely blank. Not damaged or scratched, just blank, like they'd never been recorded on. Even though I'd watched them complete the duplication process myself, I didn't even finish packing up. I just grabbed my keys and my phone and got out of there as fast as I could. I ran down the stairs, through the sanctuary, and out the front doors without looking back. I didn't even lock up properly, just yanked the door shut behind me and ran to my car. The next day, I went back in broad daylight with the church secretary to check things out. Everything looked normal. The soundboard showed no signs of what had happened. The mugs were where I'd found them. There was no damage, no evidence at all of the violent shaking I'd experienced. I tried to explain what happened to the pastor, but I could tell he thought I was either exaggerating or had fallen asleep and had a nightmare. He smiled and suggested maybe I was working too hard and should take a break from the night shifts. Since then, I only work at the church during daylight hours. I've convinced one of the volunteer sound techs to handle the CD duplication, claiming I have another commitment. But here's the weirdest part. A few weeks after it happened, I was talking to Mrs. Jenkins, one of our oldest church members, and she casually mentioned that the church was built on the site of an old recording studio that burned down in the 1960s. Apparently, there was some kind of accident during a late-night recording session. Everyone got out except for the sound engineer, who went back in to save the master tapes. I looked it up later. The fire happened at 3:33 a.m. I don't know what happened that night. I can't explain it with my 5 years of professional audio experience or any logical reasoning. All I know is that I heard what I heard and felt what I felt. And I will never, ever work alone in that church after dark again. Story 11. I still have nightmares about that place. It's been 3 months since I quit, and I still wake up in a cold sweat hearing that sound, that screech. I don't think I'll ever forget it. My dad bought this old warehouse in Raven County last fall. Got it for dirt cheap from this local farmer who seemed way too happy to get rid of it. At the time, I just thought Dad had scored a great deal. The place was in decent shape structurally, just needed cleaning up and organizing. Since I was between jobs, he hired me to go through everything, catalog what was worth keeping, and prep the place for his business. The warehouse sat completely isolated, surrounded by nothing but cornfields and these creepy, scraggly trees that looked half dead even in summer. No neighbors for at least half a mile in any direction. When I first started working there, I actually liked the solitude. I could blast my music, take breaks whenever I wanted, and just work at my own pace. But after the first week, I started noticing weird things about the building. It took me a while to put my finger on it, but everything about the place felt backward, and I mean that literally. All the doors opened outward instead of inward. Every single lock was reversed. Designed to lock from the outside, not the inside. Even the door handles were installed backward. It was as if the entire place had been designed not to keep people out, but to keep something in. I mentioned it to Dad over dinner one night, and he just shrugged it off. Old buildings have quirks, he said, probably renovated by some DIY farmer who didn't know what he was doing. I tried to convince myself that was all it was. During my second week there, I started hearing things. Nothing major at first, just small bumps and thuds that I wrote off as the building settling, or maybe squirrels in the ceiling. The warehouse was divided into 2 main sections, a big open storage area that took up most of the building, and a small front office section with a couple of rooms where I'd set up my workspace. I remember this one afternoon in particular. It was unusually quiet outside, No wind, no birds, nothing. I was inventorying some old equipment in the front office when I heard this shuffling sound coming from the main warehouse, like something heavy being dragged across the concrete floor. I grabbed my flashlight. The lighting back there was spotty at best, and went to check it out. Nothing, just empty space and decades of dust. But the air felt different, heavier somehow, and colder. I convinced myself it was just a draft and went back to work. These little incidents kept happening. I'd be working and suddenly feel like something was moving just behind me. I'd turn around and nothing would be there. Or I'd hear a thud from the far corner of the warehouse, go to investigate, and find nothing out of place. I started talking to myself just to break the silence, which was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Then came the day everything went to hell. I arrived at the warehouse around 8 a.m. like usual. It was pouring rain, which made the place even more depressing than normal. The lights in the front office flickered more than usual that morning, but I figured it was just the storm messing with the power. I settled at my desk and got to work sorting through some paperwork. Around 11, I heard the first thud, louder than before, then another. And another, like something was pounding on the walls from inside. Between the thuds, I heard something else, a faint screeching sound. Not like metal on metal or anything mechanical. It sounded almost vocal, like an angry animal, but not quite. I tried to stay calm, told myself it was probably just a raccoon or something that had gotten trapped in the walls. The building was old, after all. But the sounds didn't stop. They got more insistent. The thuds became rhythmic, almost deliberate. And that screeching, it started to sound more human. Not quite human speech, but human-like. Angry, desperate. I was fully freaked out by now, but trying to hold it together. I decided to call Dad and see if he could come check it out with me. As I reached for my phone, the door to the secondary office, a small room adjacent to where I was sitting, slammed shut. Hard. Like someone had put their full weight into it. There was no draft, no open windows, nothing that could have caused it. I sat frozen, staring at that closed door, my heart beating so fast I thought it might explode. Then I saw the handle start to turn. Slowly, deliberately. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The door unlatched with a soft click and began to swing open, wider and wider. There was nothing there. Nothing visible, anyway. But the door didn't stop opening until it was pressed against the wall. Then came the silence. I've never experienced anything like it. It wasn't just quiet. It was like all sound had been sucked out of the world. I couldn't even hear myself breathing anymore. The silence was so thick, I felt like I was drowning in it. That silence lasted maybe 5 seconds before it was shattered by the most horrifying sound I've ever heard in my life, a human scream, not of pain but of rage, raw, unfiltered rage. It came from the main warehouse, echoing off the walls, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The door to the secondary office slammed shut again with such force that the whole wall shook. I didn't think, I just ran. Grabbed my keys and phone and bolted out of there, not even bothering to lock up. The rain was still pouring down, but I hardly noticed it. I just needed to get away from that building. I sat in my car, shaking uncontrollably, and finally managed to call my dad. "Something's in the warehouse," was all I could get out when he answered. My voice didn't even sound like mine. Dad could tell I was genuinely terrified. He said he'd meet me at the diner on Route 16 in 20 minutes. I don't even remember driving there, just sitting in a booth, soaking wet, staring at my coffee and jumping at every sound. When Dad arrived, I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, which was unusual for him. When I finished, he didn't dismiss it like I expected. He just sat there for a minute, then said, "Let's go back and take a look, together." I didn't want to go back. Every part of me was screaming not to, but I couldn't let my dad go alone, and I knew he would, so I agreed. We returned to the warehouse around 1 p.m. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still dark and heavy with clouds. Dad went in first. acting casual, like we were just checking for a break-in. But I could tell he was on edge too. The front office was exactly as I'd left it, papers scattered where I'd jumped up, my half-empty coffee mug on the desk. The door to the secondary office was still closed. Dad opened it slowly, revealing nothing but an empty room. No sign that anything unusual had happened. We moved to the main warehouse area, Dad leading the way with a flashlight. The vast space was as quiet and empty as ever, dust covering the concrete floor. Dad pointed out that there were no footprints in the dust besides mine from earlier in the week and now ours. "If someone was in here," he said, "they'd have left tracks." I was starting to feel stupid, like maybe I had imagined the whole thing, when Dad's flashlight beam caught something. One of the fluorescent light fixtures hanging from the ceiling was slightly askew, swaying very slightly, as if something had recently disturbed it. Dad grabbed a ladder that was leaning against the wall and set it up under the light. "I'll check it out," he said. I held the ladder while he climbed up. When he reached the top, he went completely still. After what felt like forever, he quietly said, "Tom, shine the flashlight up here." I picked up the flashlight and pointed it where he was looking. On top of the light fixture, clearly visible in the dust that had accumulated there, was a handprint. A single, fresh handprint. But it wasn't like any handprint I'd ever seen. It was huge, much larger than a normal human hand, and the fingers were too long, too thin. The imprint was so deep, it had bent the metal slightly. Dad and I looked down at the floor below the fixture. The dust was undisturbed. Whatever had left that handprint hadn't come from below. Dad tried to play it cool as he climbed down the ladder. "Probably been there a while," he said, but his voice was strained. "Could have been the previous owner." I was about to argue when it happened. The entire building shook like a small earthquake, a deep, powerful thud that seemed to come from inside the very walls. Then that screeching again, that awful, angry, human yet not human screech that made my blood freeze. Dad's face went white. He grabbed my arm and we both ran. We didn't stop until we were outside, gasping for air in the parking lot. "What the hell was that?" Dad finally managed to ask. I just shook my head. I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that I was never going back into that building again. Dad didn't argue. He locked up the warehouse and we left. On the drive home, he theorized that maybe someone was breaking in to steal parts or equipment, using the sounds to scare people off. But we both knew that didn't explain the handprint, or how whatever made that sound seemed to be inside the walls themselves. I quit that day. Dad didn't blame me. He ended up hiring someone else to finish inventorying the place, and eventually moved his office equipment in there himself. He's been working there for about 2 months now, and says he occasionally hears the thuds, but nothing else has happened. No screams, no doors closing on their own. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in there was specifically reacting to me. Or maybe it's just biding its time. I did some research on the property recently. Turns out the farmer we bought it from had only owned it for about a year. The previous owner had died suddenly. They found him in the warehouse, no signs of injury, but his face frozen in an expression of absolute terror. I don't know what's in that warehouse. I don't know if it's a ghost or something else entirely. But I know the farmer who sold it to us knew. He knew exactly what was in there, and he couldn't wait to pass it on to someone else. I wonder how many owners that building has had over the years, each one discovering what lurks inside and then desperately trying to get rid of it. Dad still thinks I overreacted. Says old buildings make weird noises and play tricks on your mind when you're alone in them. Maybe he's right, but I still have nightmares about that handprint, about those inhuman fingers reaching down from above, and sometimes, when it's very quiet, I swear I can still hear that screech, full of rage, full of hunger, following me through my dreams. Story 12. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. At least I wasn't until last summer. I've spent nearly a year trying to rationalize what happened that night, but I just can't. I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Last July I was 15 and hanging out with my older brother Mike, 17, at our friend Brian's house. Brian was a year older than Mike, and we were all just chilling in his basement playing video games as the night wore on. It must have been around midnight when we got bored with gaming and started watching videos on YouTube, those ghost hunting shows where they go into abandoned places with night vision cameras. Brian suddenly paused the video and turned to us. "You guys think this stuff is real?" His tone was different, serious. Mike laughed it off. "Nah, man, it's all fake for views." I nodded in agreement, but Brian shook his head. "I've seen some shit that I can't explain." The way he said it made the hair on my arm stand up. He wasn't joking around. He proceeded to tell us about experiences he'd had at his Aunt Linda's house when he was younger. How objects would move on their own. Cold spots in the middle of rooms. Whispers when nobody was there. "My aunt died about 10 years ago," Brian explained. "Her house has been sitting empty ever since. Nobody wants to buy it." Mike rolled his eyes. "Because it's probably in the middle of nowhere and falling apart." "It's actually not that far," Brian said, checking the time on his phone. "Maybe 45 minutes from here. We should go check it out." I thought he was kidding, but he was dead serious. There was this look in his eyes, excitement mixed with something else, something that made me uneasy. "Dude, it's like 1 a.m., I said. "Exactly. Perfect time to ghost hunt, right?" Brian grinned. "Come on, we've got nothing better to do. My mum's working night shift and we've got my car. Let's just go take a look." I glanced at Mike, hoping he'd shut it down, but I could tell he was intrigued. That's the thing about my brother. He talks tough, but he's actually into this kind of stuff. "Fine," Mike said, "but if we get arrested for trespassing, I'm telling them it was your idea." "It's not trespassing," Brian insisted. "The house belongs to my family. My dad still has the keys." Before I knew it, we were piling into Brian's beat-up Honda Civic. He grabbed a small backpack with flashlights and his dad's old Polaroid camera. I remember thinking this was stupid, but went along with it anyway. That's what keeps replaying in my mind. I could have just stayed home. The drive felt longer than 45 minutes. We left the suburbs of Elmwood and headed into more rural areas. The roads got narrower, the houses more spread out. Eventually, Brian turned onto a gravel road with no streetlights. The only illumination came from our headlights and the moon, which was nearly full that night. "Almost there," Brian said, slowing down as we approached a mailbox that was barely standing. He turned onto an overgrown driveway. The headlights swept across what I could now see was a 2-story farmhouse. It wasn't exactly what I'd pictured. It wasn't a creepy Victorian mansion or anything, just an ordinary house that had clearly been neglected for years. The white paint was peeling, several windows were boarded up, and the yard was completely wild with weeds and grass that came up to my waist in some places. Brian parked and killed the engine. The silence was immediate and heavy. No traffic noise, no neighbors, not even many insects chirping despite it being summer. Just overwhelming quiet. "Here we are, Aunt Linda's place." Brian's voice sounded different now, less excited, more reverent. We sat there for a minute, just staring at the house. It looked sad, more than scary in the moonlight, but something about it made my stomach knot up. "I don't know about this," Mike said, which surprised me. He usually tried to act tough. Brian opened his door. "Come on, I've got flashlights for everyone." He handed us each a flashlight from his backpack. Mine was one of those heavy metal ones that could probably double as a weapon if needed. That thought didn't comfort me as much as it should have. As we approached the front porch, Mike suddenly stopped. "Actually, I think I'll wait in the car." Brian laughed. "Seriously? We just got here. I don't feel good about this place. Mike looked genuinely uncomfortable, which was rare for him. Whatever, man. Your loss. Brian shrugged. Come on, Jacob. I hesitated, looking between my brother and Brian. Part of me wanted to go back with Mike, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. Besides, I was curious. So, I followed Brian toward the house. The front porch steps creaked under our weight. I remember thinking they might give way entirely. The wooden boards of the porch were warped and uneven. As we approached the front door, something changed. It was a sweltering North Carolina July night, had to be at least 90 degrees even that late. But suddenly, I felt cold. Not just a little chilly, but a bone-deep cold that made my whole body break out in goosebumps. It was like walking into a freezer, except the cold was only in one specific spot right in front of the door. I could step back a foot and feel the summer heat again. Do you feel that? I whispered to Brian. He nodded slowly, his face serious. Every time. It's always right here. He pulled out a set of keys and fumbled with the lock. It took him a few tries before the door swung open with a long, drawn-out creak. The sound made my heart jump into my throat. The inside of the house smelled musty, like old books and dust, and something else I couldn't identify. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, illuminating floating dust particles. The furniture was still there, covered in sheets that had once been white, but were now a dingy gray. My dad and I stayed here for a few months after my parents divorced, Brian said, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. That's when the weird stuff started happening. I followed him through what must have been the living room and into the kitchen. The linoleum floor was curling up at the edges, and there were water stains on the ceiling. Brian pulled out one of the kitchen chairs and sat down, placing his flashlight on the table so it illuminated his face from below, making him look ghostly. You know why we left? Brian asked, his voice lower now. One night I woke up around 3 a.m. I saw someone standing in my doorway, just a tall silhouette. I thought it was my dad checking on me, so I didn't say anything. The figure turned and walked away. I sat down across from him, keeping my flashlight in my hand. My palms were sweaty. I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up a few minutes later, Brian continued. As I was heading back to my room, I saw the same figure going into my dad's bedroom. I was curious, so I followed. He paused, and in that silence I swear I heard footsteps upstairs, just a couple of soft thumps. I glanced at the ceiling, but Brian kept talking, either not hearing it or choosing to ignore it. When I looked into my dad's room, I saw the figure standing over his bed. It was pushing a pillow down over his face, trying to smother him. Brian's voice cracked slightly. I screamed and hit the light switch. The figure was gone. My dad woke up gasping for air, saying he'd been having a nightmare about drowning. My mouth went dry. What do you think it was? Brian shrugged. I don't know. Dad didn't believe me when I told him what I saw. He thought I'd had a nightmare too. But we moved out the next week. He never said it, but I think he felt something here too. I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. The temperature in the kitchen seemed to drop several degrees. Do you think it had something to do with your aunt's death? Maybe. Brian looked around the kitchen. Aunt Linda was found at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone said she must have fallen in the middle of the night, but she didn't have any health issues. She wasn't drinking. It never made sense to me. Brian suddenly leaned forward. Aunt Linda, are you here with us? His words hung in the air. I held my breath, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For about 30 seconds, nothing happened. Then, slowly, so slowly I thought I might be imagining it, one of the cabinet doors in the kitchen began to open. It didn't swing wide. It just opened about an inch or two, but it was unmistakable. Holy shit, I whispered. Brian's eyes were wide. Can you give us another sign that you're here, Aunt Linda? This time the response was immediate. A closet door near the kitchen slammed open with such force that it banged against the wall. Then 2 more kitchen cabinets flew open in quick succession. I jumped to my feet, nearly knocking over my chair. "We need to go. Now!" Brian stood up too, but he seemed more excited than scared. "Did you see that? I told you!" I was already backing toward the hallway that led to the front door, my flashlight beam shaking wildly because my hands were trembling so badly. That's when it happened. The storm door at the front of the house, the outer glass door, slammed shut with a bang that sounded like a gunshot. At the exact same moment, my flashlight went out. I froze in total darkness. I could hear Brian fumbling with his own flashlight, which had also died. "Brian," I called out, my voice embarrassingly high-pitched. "I'm here," he answered from somewhere to my right. "Just don't move. I've got matches in my pocket." I heard him striking a match, and a small flame illuminated his face. The weak light barely reached me, but it was better than nothing. "Let's get out of here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We made our way to the front door painfully slowly. Every floorboard that creaked made me jump. When we reached the door, Brian tried to open the storm door, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," he said, pushing harder. I could see Mike still sitting in the car outside, completely unaware of what was happening inside. I banged on the glass to get his attention, but he didn't look up, probably couldn't hear me. Brian's match was burning down to his fingers. He lit another one and kept trying the door. "Something's holding it shut." That's when I felt it, a pressure on my chest, like someone was standing right in front of me, pushing against me. But there was nothing there, just empty air. The pressure increased, making it hard to breathe. I gasped, stumbling backward a step. "What's wrong?" Brian asked, looking at me with alarm. I couldn't answer. The invisible weight was pushing me further back, away from the door, toward the stairs that led to the second floor. I tried to resist, digging my heels into the floor, but it was like fighting against a strong wind. Then Brian's match went out again. In the darkness, I heard him say, "Oh, shit." And I knew he was feeling it too. I don't know how to explain what happened next. The pressure suddenly released, and I fell forward onto my hands and knees. At the same moment, the storm door burst open with such force that the glass shattered. We didn't hesitate. We ran, sprinted through the door, across the porch, through the tall grass to the car. Mike was startled when we yanked open the car doors and threw ourselves inside. "What the hell happened?" he demanded, but Brian was already starting the engine, throwing the car into reverse. As we sped away, I looked back at the house. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing in one of the upstairs windows, just a dark silhouette. Then we turned onto the main road, and the house disappeared from view. The drive back was mostly silent. When we finally pulled up to Brian's house, he turned to us. "You believe me now, right?" Mike didn't answer. I just nodded. That was almost a year ago. I've never gone back to that house, and I never will. Brian tried to get us to return a few times, but even he stopped asking after a while. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house followed us home. There are nights when I wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m. for no reason. Nights when I think I see a tall shadow in my doorway before I turn on the light. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was Aunt Linda or something else pretending to be her. All I know is that I felt pure malevolence that night, something that wanted to harm us, and I think if we had stayed any longer, it would have. The flashlights, by the way. We checked them the next day. Brand new batteries in both. There was no reason they should have died at the exact same moment. I still can't explain what happened that night, but I know what I felt. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night and see my bedroom door standing slightly ajar, I wonder if something followed me home from Aunt Linda's house. Something tall and dark that wants to finish what it started. Story 13. I've been going back and forth about whether to share this for years. I'm not usually one for supernatural stuff. I'm pretty down to earth, and I've always found reasonable explanations for weird things that happen in life. But what happened to my family about 7 years ago, I still can't explain it. It started when my daughter Lily was just 2. We were living in this old house in Oak Ridge, Illinois, that belonged to my grandparents. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a simple 3-bedroom with this weird feature. There was a connecting closet between our bedroom and Lily's room. You could literally walk through our closet, through this narrow passage, and end up in her closet. It was convenient sometimes when she needed us at night, but it always felt a little strange to me. Lily was an early talker. By 2, she was already speaking in full sentences, which our pediatrician said was advanced. She was this bright-eyed little thing with curly brown hair who noticed everything. Sometimes it was like talking to a tiny adult. The nightmares started for me in early spring. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing like I'd been running for my life. In these dreams, I'd wake up to the smell of smoke and the crackle of flames. Our bedroom would be filling with smoke, and I'd jump out of bed disoriented, trying to get to Mark, my husband, but he wasn't there. The smoke would be so thick I couldn't see, but somehow I knew I needed to get to Lily. In the dreams, I'd always rush to the connecting closet and push through to Lily's room. Her room would already be engulfed in flames, with fire climbing up the walls. I'd grab her from her bed, where she'd be crying and terrified, and the only way out would be through her window. I'd break the glass with something, a toy, a book, whatever I could grab, and climb out with her in my arms. The dream always ended the same way. We'd be sitting in a hospital waiting room, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, that antiseptic smell burning my nose. Mark would be beside me, his face pale and drawn. A doctor in blue scrubs would walk toward us, his expression grim, and just as he'd open his mouth to tell us something, I'd wake up. The first few times I had the nightmare, I wrote it off as just anxiety. We were struggling financially, and the stress was getting to me. But when I had the same dream 5 nights in a row, I started to feel uneasy. I mentioned it to Mark, who told me it was probably just stress about living in an older house with a toddler. "The connecting closet is freaking you out," he said over breakfast, watching me down my 3rd cup of coffee to combat the exhaustion from another night of broken sleep. "It's a weird setup. Your brain is just processing it." I tried to believe him. I really did. But the dreams kept coming, and they were so vivid. The heat of the flames on my skin, the burn of smoke in my lungs, the weight of Lily in my arms as I climbed out the window. It felt real in a way dreams usually don't. Then came the night that changed everything. It was about 2 a.m. when I woke to Lily screaming, not the usual toddler nightmare crying, but pure terror. I bolted out of bed and raced through the connecting closet to her room, flipping on lights as I went. Mark wasn't far behind me. Lily was sitting up in her little toddler bed, her face streaked with tears, her whole body shaking. When I picked her up, she clung to me like she'd never let go. "Mommy, Mommy, my room was on fire," she sobbed into my shoulder. "I was on fire." My blood ran cold. I looked at Mark, who was standing in the doorway, his face confused and concerned. "It's okay, baby, it was just a bad dream," I told her, rubbing her back as I sat on the edge of her bed, but my hands were trembling. "No!" She pulled back to look at me, her little face so serious, her eyes wide. "The fire came from there." She pointed directly at the connecting closet. "It was eating everything." Mark sat down next to us, putting his arm around my shoulders. "It's okay, Lily Pad," he said, using his nickname for her. "There's no fire, see? Everything's fine." But Lily wouldn't calm down. She insisted on sleeping with us that night, and honestly, I was relieved. I didn't want her in that room either. The next morning, over cereal, I tried to casually ask Lily about her dream. "Do you remember your bad dream, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice normal. She nodded, spooning Cheerios into her mouth. The fire came and ate my room. It started in the secret door. The secret door was what she called the connecting closet. My hands felt clammy as I asked, "Have you had that dream before?" She shrugged, already losing interest in the conversation. "I don't know." Mark caught my eye across the table. "Stop," he mouthed. He thought I was feeding into her fears. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe Lily had overheard me telling Mark about my nightmares. Maybe she picked up on my anxiety. Kids are perceptive, and Lily was especially attuned to emotions. That had to be it. There was no other explanation that made sense, but the nightmares continued for both of us. Lily started refusing to sleep in her room. She'd throw tantrums at bedtime, saying she didn't want the fire to eat her. We tried everything. Night lights, leaving the door open, checking for monsters under the bed and in the closet. Nothing worked. She'd end up in our bed most nights, kicking and squirming between us. I wasn't sleeping much either. The dreams kept coming, growing more detailed and terrifying. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I saw the fire start, a spark in the electrical outlet inside the connecting closet, catching on a hanging shirt, then spreading to the wooden shelving. I was exhausted and on edge all the time. Mark was worried about me, suggesting therapy, medication, anything to help me sleep. He didn't understand. How could he? He wasn't having the dreams. About 2 months after the nightmares started, we got some unexpected news. Mark's company was transferring him to their office in northern Illinois. It came with a significant raise, something we desperately needed. I was thrilled, not just because of the money, but because it meant leaving that house. Deep down, I had developed this irrational belief that if we stayed there, something terrible would happen. The dreams felt like warnings. My grandparents were understanding about us breaking our lease. They were planning to sell the house anyway, now that they were retiring to Florida. We moved out within 3 weeks, packing up our life and heading north to a new rental, a newer construction with no weird connecting closets. The nightmares stopped almost immediately. It was like flipping a switch. The first week in our new place, I slept through the night for the first time in months. Lily went back to sleeping in her own room without complaint. Life began to feel normal again. I started to convince myself that it had all been stress and anxiety about money, manifesting in those horrible dreams. The new job meant financial stability. Of course, we were sleeping better. We settled into our new life. Mark loved his new position. I found part-time work at a local bookstore while Lily was in daycare. She turned 3, then 3.5, growing more talkative and independent by the day. The nightmares faded into an unpleasant memory, rarely discussed. Then, about 6 months after we moved, I got a call from my grandmother. It was a Saturday morning. Mark had taken Lily to the park, and I was enjoying some rare alone time with a cup of coffee and a book. "Sarah, honey," my grandmother said, her voice shaky. "I don't know how to tell you this, but there was a fire at the old house last night." My coffee mug slipped from my fingers, crashing to the floor. "What?" I managed to ask. "Everyone's okay," she rushed to assure me. "The new owners weren't home, thank goodness, but the damage is pretty bad, especially to the smaller bedroom, the one that was Lily's." I couldn't speak. My whole body had gone cold. "The fire department said it started in that connecting closet thing," she continued. "Something about faulty wiring. Can you believe it? If you and Mark and little Lily had still been there." I don't remember the rest of the conversation. All I could think about was those dreams. My dreams, Lily's dreams, of fire coming from the connecting closet, consuming her room. When Mark and Lily came home, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by the shattered pieces of my coffee mug, staring into space. "Babe, what happened?" Mark asked, rushing to me. "Are you hurt?" I looked up at him, then at Lily, who was watching me with concerned eyes. "There was a fire," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "At the old house. Last night. It started in the connecting closet." Mark's face drained of color. He knew immediately what I was thinking about. "Lily's room is gone," I continued, "just like in the dreams." That night, after we put Lily to bed, Mark and I sat in the living room, trying to make sense of it all. "It's just a coincidence," he said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. "Electrical fires happen in old houses all the time. In the exact spot I dreamed about. The exact spot Lily pointed to and said, 'The fire came from there.' That's one hell of a coincidence, Mark." He had no answer for that. I called my grandmother the next day, asking for more details. The fire inspector's report confirmed that the blaze had started due to an electrical short in an outlet inside the connecting closet. The flames had traveled through the narrow passage, fueled by hanging clothes and wooden shelving, before erupting into what had been Lily's bedroom. The main structural damage was to that room and the closet area. Exactly like my nightmares. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe the wiring was already showing signs of issues when we lived there. Flickering lights, power surges, something my subconscious picked up on. Maybe Lily noticed something I didn't, and her dreams were actually her trying to articulate a genuine concern. But none of those explanations feel right. The dreams were so specific, so detailed. The flames climbing the walls in exactly the pattern the fire inspector described. The connecting closet being the origin point. Lily's room being destroyed while the rest of the house survived with smoke and water damage. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed. Would I have woken up in time? Would I have gotten to Lily through that burning closet? Would we have ended up in that hospital waiting room from my dreams, a doctor approaching us with news I couldn't bear to hear? I don't know why we were warned. I don't know how Lily and I shared the same premonition. I just know that something or someone was looking out for us, pushing us to leave before tragedy struck. We never told Lily the full story as she got older. She doesn't remember the nightmares now. She was too young. But sometimes, when she thinks I'm not looking, I catch her checking the smoke detectors in our house, making sure they're working. And when we stay in hotels, the first thing she does is locate the fire exits. Some part of her remembers, I think. Some part of her is still that little girl who woke up screaming, "Mommy, Mommy, my room was on fire." I still get chills when I think about it. About how close we came to being in that house when the fire started. About how many lives might have been saved by a little girl's nightmare. To this day, I can't explain it. I just know that when Lily has a bad feeling about something, I listen, and I've never ignored my own dreams since. Story 14. I never thought I'd be writing about this. It feels weird even typing it out now, but I need to get this off my chest because I still can't make sense of what happened last month. I've never believed in paranormal stuff before. I was always the skeptical guy in my friend group. But after what happened with Elena, I don't know what to believe anymore. Elena and I had only been dating for about 3 weeks when all this started. We met at the only decent coffee shop in Maplewood, small town, limited options, where I'd go to work remotely. She was always sitting in the corner with these psychology textbooks. One day, we just started talking and things clicked fast. There was something different about her, though. She always seemed tired, with these dark circles under her eyes that never went away, no matter how much sleep she claimed to get. At first, I thought it was just stress from her graduate program. But one night, when we were at my place watching movies, she fell asleep on my shoulder and started having what looked like a terrible nightmare. She was twitching, mumbling, and her breathing got really shallow and fast. When I woke her up, she looked absolutely terrified. That's when she finally told me everything. 5 years ago, Elena and her family had gotten together for her mom's birthday. After dinner, her brother brought out a Ouija board as a joke. None of them were into that stuff, but they were a few drinks in and thought it would be funny to try it. Elena said they didn't even take it seriously. They were laughing, pushing the planchette around, asking stupid questions about crushes and future lottery numbers. But then the temperature in the room dropped suddenly, like dramatically enough that everyone noticed. The planchette started moving on its own, not in the jerky way that happens when someone's obviously pushing it, but smoothly, deliberately. It spelled out DOOR and then OPEN over and over. Elena's mom freaked out and threw the board in the trash that night. The next morning, they found it back on the dining room table where they'd used it. They burned it in the backyard fire pit. 2 days later, it was back on the table again, slightly charred around the edges. They tried everything, breaking it into pieces, throwing it in a dumpster across town, burying it. It kept coming back. That's when the nightmare started for Elena. The same one night after night for 5 years. "What happens in the nightmare?" I asked her. She looked physically ill just thinking about it. "I'm in this weird room. The walls are like makeshift wood panels, poorly put together. There's a door at one end of the room, and I'm terrified of it. Something pulls me up toward the ceiling and slams me against the wall over and over, and then drops me in front of the door. I always wake up right before whatever's behind it comes through." I'm not sure what came over me that night. Maybe it was seeing Elena so exhausted and desperate, or maybe I just thought I could help somehow. I've always had these weird experiences where I could visualize things really vividly, like almost see through other people's eyes if they described something well enough. So I suggested something that seemed logical at the time, but sounds completely insane now that I'm typing it out. "What if I try to go into your dream with you?" I said. She looked at me like I was crazy, and honestly, I didn't blame her. I explained my idea, that if she focused on the details of the recurring dream, I might be able to visualize it strongly enough to somehow, I don't know, mentally project myself there. Like I said, it sounds ridiculous. How would that even work? She asked. I don't know, but what's the harm in trying? So we sat on my couch, facing each other. I put my forehead against hers and asked her to close her eyes and describe the nightmare in as much detail as possible. I closed my eyes too and focused entirely on visualizing what she was describing. The wooden panels, the dim lighting, the feeling of dread, the mysterious door. As she spoke, I could see it all forming in my mind, but something weird was happening. The visualization was becoming more vivid than anything I'd ever experienced before. I could feel the roughness of the wood. I could smell the mustiness in the air. It was like I was actually there. Then I saw Elena, suspended near the ceiling, being thrown violently against the wall. Her body hit with a sickening thud before she drifted downward, landing in a heap on the floor. The doorway was now clear, and that's when I realized I wasn't just visualizing anymore. Something had happened. I was actually experiencing this strange environment as if I was physically present. I could move independently of Elena's description. She hadn't mentioned what was beyond the door. She always woke up before finding out. But now, I was standing in front of it, and I had a choice to make. I reached for the handle. It was ice cold to the touch. I turned it and pulled the door open. What I saw still gives me chills. A dark, smoke-like entity was on the other side. It wasn't just formless smoke, though. It had a vague humanoid shape, like those old Gumby claymation characters from the 80s, but made entirely of swirling black smoke. As soon as the door opened wider, it seemed to notice me. It reached out, trying to envelop me with its smoky tendrils. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. The smoke was getting closer, wrapping around my ankles. I felt a coldness seeping into my body, starting from my feet and working its way up. In desperation, I tried to pull myself out of this mental state, focusing on the feeling of sitting on my couch with Elena, the sensation of our foreheads touching. I snapped back to reality so suddenly it was jarring. I was panting, sweating, and Elena was staring at me with wide eyes. "What happened?" she asked. "You went completely still for like 5 minutes. I kept talking, but it was like you couldn't hear me." I told her everything I'd seen. The room, exactly as she described it, her being thrown against the wall and the thing behind the door. When I mentioned seeing a bed with red sheets in the corner of the room, something I hadn't noticed at first, she went pale. "I never told you about the bed," she whispered. "How did you know about the red sheets?" That's when I knew for certain that whatever had happened wasn't just my imagination. I had somehow tapped into her nightmare space for real. We spent hours that night trying to make sense of it. Elena was both terrified and relieved. Terrified that the entity was real, but relieved that someone else had finally seen it and believed her. But I was worried. I had opened that door in her nightmare. What if I'd made things worse? What if the entity could now come through more easily? For the next few days, Elena's nightmares intensified. She called me at 3 a.m. sobbing, saying the entity was now fully emerging from the doorway in her dreams, something that had never happened before. I felt responsible. I had to fix this. So 4 days after my first attempt, we tried again. This time, I went in with a purpose. My grandmother was deeply religious, and while I hadn't practiced much as an adult, I remembered the prayers she taught me as a child, specifically the prayer to Saint Michael for protection against evil. We sat in the same position as before, foreheads touching, eyes closed. Elena described the nightmare room again, and I slipped back into that vivid visualization state that felt more like actually being there. This time, I found myself sitting on the bed with the red sheets. The door was already open, and the smoke entity was partially in the room. It seemed bigger, stronger somehow. As it noticed me, it rushed forward. I started reciting the prayer in my mind. "Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle." The entity hesitated for a moment, then continued advancing. I kept praying, more desperately now. The smoke began to surround me, trying to find a way in. I felt pressure on my chest, like something was pushing against me, trying to enter my body. The pressure built and built until it was almost unbearable. I couldn't breathe. And then, suddenly, there was an explosion of white light that seemed to emanate from within me. The light pushed outward in all directions, forcing the smoke entity back through the doorway. With all my mental strength, I rushed forward and slammed the door shut. I stood there, panting, my hand still on the door handle. Had it worked? Was it over? I pulled myself back to reality again and found Elena staring at me in amazement. "Something just happened," she said before I could speak. I felt it, like a weight being lifted. That night, Elena slept through the night without nightmares for the first time in 5 years. But my experience wasn't over yet. Later that same night, I was trying to meditate to calm my nerves when I had another vision. This one was different from Elena's nightmare space. I saw a naked, bald male figure curled up in what looked like empty space. He was in obvious anguish, his body contorted in pain. Despite his unsettling appearance, I didn't feel afraid of him. I felt sorry for him. Following pure instinct, I approached the figure in my vision. He looked up at me with completely black eyes, and I felt his suffering as if it were my own. Without thinking, I embraced the figure, mentally projecting feelings of acceptance and love. The most incredible thing happened. The figure began to transform in my arms. The darkness seemed to melt away, revealing a being of pure light underneath. The sensation was overwhelming, like witnessing something profound and sacred. I can't explain it properly with words. It was as if I'd helped free something that had been trapped and suffering for a long time. When the vision ended, I was sitting on my bedroom floor, tears streaming down my face. I called Elena immediately, even though it was the middle of the night. She answered on the first ring and told me she'd just woken up from a dream. Not a nightmare this time, but a dream of peace and release. Elena never had the nightmare again after that night. We dated for another month or so, but ultimately broke up for unrelated reasons. The whole experience had been intense and strange, and I think we both needed space to process what had happened. I still don't understand what exactly I did or how I was able to enter her nightmare. Was the entity a demon, a trapped spirit, just a manifestation of Elena's fears? I don't know. All I know is that I helped someone overcome something terrible, and in the process experienced something that has completely changed my understanding of reality. Sometimes at night I still think about that door, and I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't been able to close it. And occasionally when I'm half awake, I swear I can feel something cold brush against my ankle like smoky tendrils reaching up from under my bed. I haven't told many people about this. Who would believe me? But it happened. Whatever that thing was, whoever that suffering being was, it was real. And sometimes I wonder if there are more doors out there, more nightmares that need to be confronted. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Am I completely losing my mind? I just needed to share this with people who might understand, because I still haven't figured out how to process what happened that night in Maplewood. Story 15. I've never really shared this before, not in detail anyway. I guess I've always been scared people would think I'm making it up or that I'm crazy. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe some of you have experienced something similar. So, 7 years ago, when I was 16, I was basically the definition of a problem child. My parents would probably have used stronger words. I was drinking, smoking, staying out late, lying, the whole rebellious teenager package. I had this boyfriend at the time, Jason, who was 19 and drove a beat-up Honda Civic that I thought was the coolest thing ever. Looking back, he was nothing special, just some guy who worked at the mall and bought alcohol for minors. My hometown, Blackwood Village, is super small. One of those places where everyone knows everyone's business, and there's literally nothing for teenagers to do except get into trouble. We had one movie theater that showed films months after they came out, a bowling alley that closed at 10, and a diner where all the old people hung out. No wonder I was desperate to rebel. My grandmother Margaret had died when I was 9. She had been my absolute favorite person in the world. I was her favorite too. She never tried to hide it, which I'm sure pissed off my cousins. She had like a dozen grandkids, but I was the one she always wanted around. She'd slip me candy when my mum wasn't looking and tell me stories about when she was young. I remember sitting on her lap while she brushed my hair, the smell of her lavender perfume, the way her hands felt warm despite how fragile they looked. The last year of her life was rough. Dementia took her mind, piece by piece. It was weird and scary to watch this woman who had been so sharp, who could do the newspaper crossword in pen, suddenly not recognize her own children. But the strangest thing was, even when she didn't know who anyone else was, she kept calling everyone Vanessa. My mom, my dad, my aunts and uncles, everyone was Vanessa to her. At the time I didn't understand, but it made me feel special in a weird way, like I was the last person she remembered. After she died, I changed. Not right away, but gradually. By 16, I was a complete nightmare. I'd sneak out almost every weekend. I had a whole system worked out. I'd stuff pillows under my comforter, arrange my hair extensions on the pillow so it looked like I was asleep, leave my TV on low volume, and climb out my window. My bedroom was on the first floor, so it was easy. I'd usually meet Jason around the corner, and we'd go to parties or just drive around. My parents never caught on, or so I thought. This one night in October, I remember it was chilly, and I had to wear a hoodie over my crop top. I had plans to meet Jason at a party. He texted saying his car wouldn't start, so I needed to either walk to his place or catch a taxi to the party. I decided to walk a few blocks away from my house to call a taxi because I didn't want the driver coming right to my address. I remember being so annoyed as I climbed out my window around 11:30 p.m. The air was damp, and there was this weird fog hanging close to the ground. Our street only had like 4 streetlights, and they cast these eerie yellow circles in the mist. I had my phone in one hand and was pulling my hoodie tighter with the other. As I walked, I started feeling off. It's hard to explain. Have you ever felt like you're being watched? It was like that, but more intense. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I kept looking over my shoulder. I told myself I was being stupid, that it was just the fog and the dark playing tricks on me. I got to the end of my street and turned onto Maple Avenue, which had even fewer lights. I remember the sound of my sneakers on the wet pavement seemed unnaturally loud. Every house was dark, except for the occasional porch light. I was about 3 blocks from home when I noticed the fog getting thicker. It swirled around my legs in a way that didn't seem natural, almost like it was reaching for me. Then I heard something, a soft sound, almost like someone calling my name from far away. Vanessa, just barely audible. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding. I spun around, but there was nobody there, just empty street disappearing into fog. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and pathetic. No response. I picked up my pace, practically jogging now. The fog seemed to follow me, curling around my ankles like fingers trying to grab hold. I was getting seriously freaked out, considering just going back home, when my phone rang. The ringtone cut through the silence like a knife, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I looked at the screen. "Mom!" My stomach dropped. In all the times I'd snuck out, my mom had never once called me. She was a heavy sleeper who took melatonin every night. She should have been completely unconscious. For a split second, I considered not answering. But something, fear, guilt, intuition, whatever, made me hit the green button. "Hello?" I said, trying to sound sleepy like I'd just been woken up. "Vanessa, where are you?" My mom's voice was shaking. She sounded terrified. "I'm in bed, Mom. What's wrong?" I lied, already turning around and walking quickly back toward home. "No, you're not." She was crying now. "I'm standing in your room and you're not here. Where are you?" My heart stopped. "I'm coming home. I'm sorry. I'm on my way right now." I broke into a run, still holding the phone to my ear. "How far away are you?" she asked, her voice tight. "Just a few blocks," I admitted. "I'll be there in like 2 minutes." "Run," she said simply, and something in her voice made me run faster than I ever had in my life. I sprinted back through the fog, which now seemed to be thinning out. As I turned onto my street, I could see my mom standing in our front yard in her bathrobe, my dad next to her with a flashlight. They both looked pale and scared in a way I'd never seen before. I slowed to a walk, then stopped in front of them, panting and ashamed. I expected yelling, grounding, maybe even threats to send me to my aunt's house in Idaho like they'd mentioned before. But instead, my mom grabbed me and hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. She was sobbing into my hair. "Mom, I'm sorry," I started, but she cut me off. "Come inside," she said, her voice still shaky. "We need to talk." We went into the kitchen. My dad made tea, which was weird because we weren't a tea-drinking family. Nobody spoke until we were all sitting at the table, mugs of untouched tea in front of us. "I had a dream," my mom finally said, staring into her mug. "About my mother." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October night. "I was asleep, and I felt someone sit on the edge of the bed," she continued. "I opened my eyes, and there was my mother, clear as day, not sick like at the end, but how she used to be. She was wearing that blue dress she loved, the one we buried her in." My dad reached over and took her hand. He looked as freaked out as I felt. She looked at me and said, "Elizabeth, check on Vanessa. She's in danger." Just like that. Then she stood up and walked out of the bedroom. My mom looked up at me, her eyes red. I woke up instantly with this feeling of absolute dread. "I ran to your room and found those silly pillows and hair extensions arranged on your bed." I didn't know what to say. I fidgeted with my mug, turning it in circles. "The thing is," my mom continued, "I know it wasn't just a dream. When I woke up, I could smell her perfume in the room, that lavender scent she always wore. And the bedroom door was open, even though your father and I always close it before bed. It's true, my dad said quietly. I smelled it too when your mom woke me up, and I know I closed that door before we went to sleep. I sat there, stunned. My parents aren't the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My dad is an accountant, for God's sake. They're practical, rational people. What? I swallowed hard. What danger was I in? My mum shook her head. I don't know, but I've never been so certain of anything in my life as I am that my mother came to warn me about you tonight. We sat in silence for a while. Then I told them everything. About my sneaking out, about Jason, about the parties, about how I'd been feeling weird, walking through the fog, how I thought I heard someone calling my name. They didn't interrupt, just listened with increasingly worried expressions. I want you to promise me something, my mom said when I finished. No more sneaking out. If you want to go somewhere, ask us. We might say yes more often than you think. I nodded, feeling tears well up. I promise. That night changed everything for me. I broke up with Jason the next day. I started actually talking to my parents instead of lying to them. It wasn't an overnight transformation. I was still a teenager with attitude problems, but something fundamental had shifted. The creepiest part came a week later. I was watching the local news with my parents when they reported that a 17-year-old girl had been attacked while walking alone just a few blocks from our house. It had happened the same night I snuck out, around midnight, near the exact area where I had turned back. She'd been hospitalized, but survived. They never caught who did it. I don't know for sure what would have happened to me that night if I'd kept walking. Maybe nothing. Maybe I would have made it to the party just fine. But deep down, I know my grandmother somehow reached through whatever separates the living from the dead to protect me. I can't explain it rationally, but I feel it with absolute certainty. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my room, I swear I can smell a hint of lavender. I don't feel scared when it happens, just safe and loved and watched over. I still wonder about that fog, though. How it seemed to move with purpose, how it felt like fingers on my skin. Was it trying to stop me? Or was something hiding in it, something my grandmother was trying to protect me from? I'll never know for sure, but I do know that whatever happened that night was real, and it saved me, not just from whatever danger might have been waiting, but from the path I was heading down. I've never told this story publicly before. I'm 23 now, in college, with a completely different life than the one I was heading toward at 16. I still think about my grandmother every day, and I hope that wherever she is, she knows how grateful I am that she's still looking out for me. Story 16. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me for months now. I've talked to doctors, looked up medical conditions online, even considered seeing a psychic, which is so not like me, but no one can give me answers that feel right. So I'm putting it all out here, hoping someone can tell me I'm not going crazy. This happened back in May in Pine Ridge, where I've lived most of my life. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone, surrounded by woods, and far enough from the city that you can actually see stars at night. I live alone, except for my 2 dogs, Luna, a protective female shepherd mix who normally sleeps downstairs by the front door, and Rex, a clingy male lab who usually won't leave my side. First, you should know I'm not some spiritual person looking for supernatural explanations. I'm a skeptic through and through. I've got my share of mental health issues, depression, anxiety, bipolar, and a mild form of farmer schizophrenia. But I take my meds religiously and have been stable for years. My psychiatrist even commented last month that I was one of his most consistent patients. That said, I've had some weird experiences with dreams before. Back in 2013, I had this vivid dream about my ex-girlfriend's brother crashing his motorcycle. I could see everything, the intersection where it happened, how he skidded, even that he'd put his turn signal in his pocket because it was loose. I woke up in a cold sweat at 2:17 a.m. The next morning, my ex called me crying. Her brother had been in an accident at 2:15 a.m., exactly when I was dreaming it. When I hesitantly described what I'd seen, she went quiet. Every detail matched, even the turn signal in the pocket, which nobody knew about until they found it at the hospital. How could I have known that? I couldn't, but somehow I did. Despite experiences like that, I've always believed there's a logical explanation for everything. Maybe my brain picked up on subtle cues she'd mentioned about the motorcycle being faulty. Maybe it was just a freaky coincidence. I never dwelled on it. But what happened in May doesn't have a rational explanation I can find. It started on a Tuesday. I'd been working overtime at the warehouse where I manage inventory, and by the time I got home, I was completely drained. After walking the dogs and grabbing a sandwich, I crashed around 7 p.m., which is super early for me. I fell asleep instantly. I don't remember much about my dreams that night, just fragments. A woman in black, the feeling of being trapped, cold, so much cold. At exactly 3:02 a.m., I remember checking my phone. I woke up crying. Not sobbing out loud, but tears were streaming down my face. This is weird because I rarely cry. Growing up with my dad pretty much beat that out of me. My childhood was rough. My father believed in what I can only describe as Guantanamo-style punishments. Being forced to hold stress positions for hours, ice baths, being locked in closets. I learned to disconnect from pain at a young age. But that night I was crying, and my entire body hurt, not like I'd worked out too hard or caught the flu. It was deeper, like the pain was coming from inside my bones. My skin felt hypersensitive, like even the sheet touching me was too much. My head was pounding. Luna, who never sleeps upstairs, was right next to me on the bed. Her ears were perked up, and she kept staring at the bedroom doorway, occasionally making this low growl I'd never heard before. Rex, on the other hand, was cowering in the corner of the room. When I called to him, he looked at me like I was a complete stranger. He's usually so attached to me that I joke he's my furry shadow. But that night, he wouldn't come near me. I managed to get up to take some ibuprofen for the pain. Walking down the hallway, I passed the small table where I keep some of my grandfather's things. His old pocket watch, a carved wooden box he made, and a few photographs. My grandfather was the only good male figure in my life growing up, and when he died 5 years ago, these items became precious to me. As I walked past the table, the strangest thing happened. My headache, which was already bad, intensified so much I nearly blacked out. It felt like someone had driven an ice pick through my temple. I staggered past, and weirdly, once I was about 10 feet away from my grandfather's things, the headache lessened. Not completely, but enough that I could function. I took the painkillers and went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Luna remained alert, watching the door. Rex still wouldn't come near me. The pain in my body wasn't going away. Around 4 a.m. I noticed something else strange. Moths. There were moths in my bedroom. Not just one or two, but at least a dozen, maybe more. I've lived in this house for 4 years and have never had an insect problem. I'm pretty clean, and it was May, not even really moth season yet. But there they were, small, brownish-grey moths fluttering around the room, and they kept landing on me, on my arms, my chest, even my face. Each time one touched me, it felt ice cold, like they were bringing the winter with them. When I spoke or moved suddenly, they'd fly away. But as soon as I was quiet again, they'd return, landing gently on my skin. By morning, I was a mess. I hadn't slept at all after waking at 3 a.m. The pain had subsided somewhat, but was still there. The moths were gone, disappeared like they'd never been there at all. Rex was still avoiding me, but Luna had finally relaxed and gone downstairs. I called in sick to work. I've never been the type to miss work for minor illnesses, but I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I scheduled an appointment with my doctor for that afternoon. While waiting for my appointment, I tried to go about my morning. I made coffee, fed the dogs, tried to watch some TV to distract myself. But every time I walked past my grandfather's things, that splitting headache would return. I tested it several times, even timing it. 10 seconds near the items and the pain would start. Walk away, and after about 30-45 seconds it would fade. I even tried having the items in different rooms, thinking maybe it was something about that spot in the hallway, like a gas leak or electrical issue. But no, it followed the objects. My grandfather's watch was the worst. When I tried to pick it up, my hands started shaking so badly I dropped it, and I swear the room got about 10 degrees colder. At the doctor's office, I tried to explain what was happening without sounding completely insane. I focused on the physical symptoms, the bone-deep pain, the headaches, the sensitivity. She ran basic tests, checking my reflexes, looking in my eyes, the usual stuff. She took blood for testing and suggested it might be a sudden onset of fibromyalgia or possibly a reaction to my psych meds, though I hadn't changed those in over a year. I didn't tell her about the moths or how my grandfather's possessions seemed to trigger pain. I already have mental health diagnoses. The last thing I needed was her thinking I was having a psychotic break. I went home with a prescription for a stronger painkiller and orders to rest. The blood tests would take a few days. That night I was afraid to go to sleep. I took the painkillers, which helped dull the ache in my body, but my mind was racing. What was happening to me? Was I losing it? I finally fell asleep around midnight with both dogs in my room. Luna had resumed her protective position, and Rex had at least stopped hiding from me, though he still kept his distance. At exactly 3:02 a.m. I woke up again. Same time, same silent tears, same pain. And the moths were back, more of them this time, at least 20 or 30, all landing on me with their ice-cold touch. This time something else happened. As I lay there, paralyzed with pain and confusion, I heard something. Not with my ears exactly, but in my head. A woman's voice, whispering words I couldn't quite make out. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't comforting either, just urgent, like she needed me to understand something. Luna started barking frantically at the empty corner of my bedroom. Rex howled, a sound I'd never heard him make before, and ran from the room. The moths scattered momentarily, then regrouped, forming what looked like a vague human shape hovering above the foot of my bed. I blinked hard, sure I was hallucinating. When I opened my eyes, they were just moths again, random and disorganized. I managed to get up and turn on all the lights. The moths didn't fly toward the light like normal moths would. They just continued to flutter around me specifically, landing whenever I was still. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my living room with all the lights on, trying to stay awake. I'd moved my grandfather's things to the garage, which helped with the proximity headaches. The next morning, I called my psychiatrist and got an emergency appointment. I told him everything, including the moths and the voice. He adjusted my medication, thinking it might be a breakthrough of my schizophrenia symptoms, though he admitted it was unusual given how stable I'd been. The new meds made me foggy, but didn't stop what was happening. For the next 3 nights, the exact same pattern occurred. Asleep, then awake at 3:02 a.m. with pain, tears, moths, and that whispering voice getting slightly clearer each night. By the 4th night, I could almost make out words, find, remember, before. My dogs continued their strange behavior. Luna barely slept, constantly on guard. Rex gradually returned to normal during the day, but would transform back into a frightened, distant animal each night at 3 a.m. The moth situation escalated too. They were no longer just in my bedroom at night. They followed me throughout the house, appearing from nowhere. I'd open a cabinet and moths would flutter out. I'd turn on the shower and moths would be clinging to the curtain, always cold to the touch, always landing on me when I was still. My blood tests came back normal. My doctor referred me to a neurologist, but they couldn't fit me in for weeks. My psychiatrist increased my medication again, but nothing changed. On the fifth night, desperate for answers, I did something I never thought I would. I brought my grandfather's pocket watch back into my bedroom. The pain was immediate and intense, but I forced myself to hold it, sitting on the edge of my bed. "What do you want?" I asked out loud, feeling completely ridiculous. "If you're trying to tell me something, just tell me." Luna started barking at the same corner again. The moths, which had been scattered around the room, suddenly all flew in one direction, toward a photograph on my dresser. It was an old picture of my grandfather standing in front of a tree on what had been his property before he sold it and moved into town. The moths landed on the photo, completely covering it. The whispering voice in my head became clearer. "Find what's buried before they do." The pain intensified until I couldn't bear it anymore. I dropped the watch and stumbled to the bathroom, barely making it before I threw up. When I returned to the bedroom, the moths were gone. The photograph was on the floor, glass shattered. I picked it up, careful of the broken glass. Looking at it closely, I noticed something I'd never seen before. There was a small mark on the tree behind my grandfather, initials carved into the bark, with what looked like an arrow pointing down. The next day, I drove out to my grandfather's old property. The new owners had built a house there, but they'd kept the large oak tree that was in the photo. It took me a while to find it, approaching from a different angle than the photograph. When I finally located it, my headache returned full force. I nearly turned back, but something kept me going. I found the initials on the tree. They were my grandfather's, J.H., with a crude arrow pointing downward. I looked around to make sure no one from the house could see me, then started digging at the base of the tree with a small garden shovel I'd brought. About 2 feet down, I hit something solid. It was a metal box, rusted but intact, about the size of a thick book. As soon as my hands touched it, the headache vanished completely. The constant pain I'd been feeling for days disappeared as if it had never been there. I took the box back to my car and opened it once I was safely away from the property. Inside was a journal, my grandfather's handwriting, and a small cloth bag. The journal detailed how he'd discovered something strange in the woods beyond his property back in the 1970s. Something that had terrified him enough that he'd hidden it and never told anyone. The cloth bag contained what looked like a small, carved stone figure. It was black as night and cold to the touch, the same unnatural cold as the moths. There was nothing obviously threatening about it, just a crude humanoid shape with no distinguishable features. But something about it made me uneasy. The final pages of the journal warned that they were looking for it and that it needed to stay hidden. My grandfather wrote that as he aged, he feared what would happen to the figure after his death, but he couldn't bring himself to destroy it. Something terrible would happen if they found it. I don't know who they are. I don't know what the figure is or why it's important. All I know is that since finding it, the moths have disappeared. The pain is gone. My dogs are back to normal. I no longer wake up at 3:02 a.m. crying silently, but I've started having dreams, detailed dreams about places I've never been and people I've never met. And sometimes when I wake up, things have happened exactly as I dreamed them. I keep the stone figure locked in a safety deposit box at the bank now. I don't know what else to do with it. I'm afraid to destroy it without understanding what it is. I'm equally afraid to keep it close to me. The woman in black from my initial dream hasn't returned, but sometimes I still hear whispers at the edge of sleep, not frightening anymore, just watching, waiting. I don't expect anyone to believe this. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself. My psychiatrist thinks the whole episode was a complex manifestation of my mental health conditions, combined with grief for my grandfather that I never properly processed. Maybe he's right. Maybe I hallucinated the moths, the voice, all of it. Maybe I created an elaborate delusion to cope with some repressed trauma. But that doesn't explain how I found a box my grandfather buried decades ago at a property I'd never visited. It doesn't explain why everything stopped the moment I found it. And it certainly doesn't explain why, 3 days ago, a stranger in a black suit asked the teller at my bank about accessing safety deposit boxes without the owner's knowledge. Story 17. I still get chills thinking about our old house in Brussels. It's been 15 years, but some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I'm back in that bedroom with no door. I need to get this off my chest, even though part of me is afraid that writing about it might somehow bring it back. We moved there when I was 10. It was this ancient 3-story house with peeling wallpaper and creaky floorboards that my parents could barely afford. The place always smelled like damp wood and something else I couldn't quite place, almost like old pennies. My dad called it temporary, but we ended up staying for nearly 4 years. The worst part was the upstairs. The bedrooms were converted from the attic space, one large room where I slept with my parents and a separate smaller room for my sister Elise. As I hit puberty, my dad felt I needed privacy, so he built this makeshift wall using drywall to split the larger room. He did a decent job with the wall itself, but he never got around to installing a door. "We'll be moving soon anyway," he'd say whenever I asked about it. For 4 straight years, I slept in a room with a gaping doorway. I remember how exposed it made me feel. I always positioned my bed so I could face the doorway. Sleeping with my back to that empty space gave me this crawling feeling between my shoulder blades, like someone was watching me. The insomnia started around month 3. I'd lie awake until 2 or 3 a.m., the silence of the house broken only by the occasional car passing outside or the pipes groaning in the walls. I started watching TV to cope, keeping the volume super low. My dad would sometimes appear in the doorway around midnight, his silhouette blocking the dim hallway light. "Clara, turn that off and go to sleep," he'd say, his voice groggy with sleep. "You have school tomorrow." I'd nod and switch off the TV, but as soon as he was gone, I'd turn it back on with the volume even lower. The soft glow of the screen made me feel less alone in that doorless room. The nightmare started about 6 months after we moved in. The first time it happened, I thought it was real. I was lying in bed watching some late-night talk show when I heard the stairs creak. The sound was distinct. The 3rd step from the top always made this particular whining noise when someone stepped on it. I assumed it was my dad coming to tell me off about the TV again. "Okay, Dad, don't worry, I'm going to bed," I called out, reaching for the remote. But it wasn't my dad. In the doorway appeared this figure. It was impossibly tall, having to duck under the doorframe, which was already over 6 feet high. It was completely black, not like a person wearing black clothes, but like a cutout of the darkness itself. It had no face, no features at all that I could make out, just this pitch-black silhouette. Its proportions were all wrong. Its arms hung down almost to its knees, ending in hands with fingers that seemed too long, too thin. As I watched, frozen in terror, it lunged toward me, those impossible fingers outstretched. I woke up screaming, clutching my blanket so hard my knuckles were white. My parents rushed in, Dad with a baseball bat, Mom right behind him. They searched the room, checked under the bed, looked in the closet. Nothing. They told me it was just a nightmare and sat with me until I fell back asleep. But it wasn't just once. The nightmare came back, again and again, with the exact same sequence of events every time. I'd be watching TV, hear the stairs creak, call out thinking it was my dad, and then that thing would appear, always ducking under the doorframe, always with those long, reaching fingers, always lunging at me just before I woke up. After the 5th or 6th time, I stopped telling my parents. I could see the worried looks they exchanged, hear them whispering about overactive imagination, and maybe we should take her to someone. So I kept it to myself, this recurring terror. I never told Elise either. She was 4 years older and would have just made fun of me. Besides, I had this irrational fear that talking about it might make it stronger, more real somehow. like acknowledging it would give it power. The weird thing was, I never had the nightmare when I wasn't in that room. When we visited my grandparents for a week during summer break, I slept like a baby. No creaking stairs, no faceless figure. But as soon as we got back to Brussels, back to that doorless bedroom, the nightmare returned. I developed little rituals to try to keep it away. I'd check under the bed 3 times before getting in. I'd make sure the closet door was fully closed. I'd recite this little poem my grandmother taught me, just a silly children's rhyme, but I convinced myself it had protective powers. When my mum noticed me doing these things and asked why, I just shrugged and said it helped me sleep better. By the time I was 13, my parents had bought a new house across town. It needed major renovations, so we couldn't move in right away. But the promise of leaving the old house kept me going. Just a few more months, I told myself. Just a few more months of the doorless room and the nightmares. One weekend, about a month before we were set to move, Elise decided to repaint her bedroom. She'd picked out this dark purple color that my mum hated but let her have anyway. The paint smell was so strong that she couldn't sleep in there, so she asked if she could spend the night in my room. I was thrilled. Having someone else in the room meant no nightmare, I was sure of it. We stayed up late, talking and watching movies on my small TV. It felt like a normal sleepover, not like we were in the house that had terrorized me for years. Around 1 a.m., we finally turned everything off and went to sleep, Elise on a mattress on the floor next to my bed. I fell asleep almost immediately, feeling safer than I had in years. Then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., I remember checking my alarm clock, Elise shook me awake. She was hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face, her hands ice cold as they gripped my arm. "What's wrong?" I asked, immediately fully awake. "Elise, what happened?" She couldn't speak at first, just shook her head and tried to catch her breath. I switched on my bedside lamp, and her face in the yellow light looked pale as chalk. Finally, she managed to get the words out, her voice barely above a whisper. "There was someone in the doorway," she said. "I thought it was Dad, but it wasn't. It was this tall, dark figure. It had to duck to get through the door. It had these long arms, these long fingers, and it came at me, Clara. It reached for me." My blood turned to ice. The nightmare, my nightmare, the one I'd never told anyone about. And she'd described it perfectly. The height, the ducking, the long fingers, the lunging motion. "You saw it too?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. Her eyes widened. "Two? You've seen it?" I nodded, unable to speak further. We sat there in silence for a moment, both processing what this meant. It wasn't just a nightmare. It wasn't just my imagination. Something was in that house, in that doorway, and now it had shown itself to Elise too. We spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, huddled together on my bed, taking turns to stay awake. We didn't tell our parents. What could they do? We were moving out soon anyway. The next day, Elise moved back to her room despite the paint smell. She said she'd rather deal with the headache from the fumes than spend another night in my room. I didn't blame her. For the remaining weeks in that house, I barely slept. I'd doze off for 20 minutes, then jerk awake, convinced I'd heard the stairs creak. I kept the TV on all night, the volume just loud enough to mask any sounds from the staircase. I started sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow. The night before we moved out, I had the nightmare one last time. But it was different. In this version, the figure didn't lunge at me. It stood in the doorway, perfectly still, those long fingers curled at its sides. And I got the distinct impression it was watching me, knowing I was about to leave, perhaps saying goodbye. We moved into the new house the next day. My new bedroom had a solid oak door with a lock that clicked reassuringly when I turned it. I slept through the night for the first time in years. Years later, when I was in college, Elise and I got drunk one night and started talking about the old house. I expected her to laugh about our shared hallucination, to have some rational explanation now that we were adults. Instead, she got very quiet and said, "That place had bad energy, especially upstairs." "You really think something was there?" I asked. She looked at me with completely sober eyes, despite the wine we'd consumed. "I know something was there. I felt it every day for 4 years. But that night in your room was the only time I saw it. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination triggered by the stress of financial insecurity, the power of suggestion between two sisters in an old, creaky house. But none of those explanations can account for one simple fact. Elise described my nightmare exactly, down to the smallest detail, without me ever having told her about it. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced I've heard the third step from the top creak. I always check to make sure my bedroom door is closed and locked, and I never ever sleep with my back to the door. Whatever was in that doorless room in Brussels, I left it behind physically. But in my mind, it's still there, ducking under the doorframe, reaching out with those long, inhuman fingers, forever trying to grab me from the darkness. Story 18. I've been dealing with this for about 3 years now, and I just don't know where to turn anymore. My psychiatrist thinks I'm making it up or exaggerating. My friends think I'm being dramatic. My family suggests I'm working too hard, but I know what I've experienced, and it's getting to the point where I'm afraid to fall asleep. It started with what I thought were just unusually vivid dreams. I've always been a pretty heavy dreamer, but these were different from the start. In normal dreams, there's this haziness, this sense that things aren't quite right. You might be talking to your mom 1 minute, then suddenly she's your high school teacher and you're taking a test you didn't study for. You know how dreams are. These aren't like that at all. The first one that really shook me happened about 3 years ago. I went to bed in my apartment in Winterholm, where the fog is so thick this time of year you can barely see across the street. And when I woke up in my dream, I was in a woman's body. I know how that sounds, but stay with me. I was looking through her eyes, feeling her hands, hearing through her ears. I couldn't control her major movements or decisions. It was like being a passenger in someone else's body. I spent the entire dream as this woman going about her daily routine. She got up, made coffee for her husband, who called her Maria, got 2 kids ready for school, a boy around 10 and a girl who seemed about 7. She drove them to school in a blue Honda, then went to work at what looked like an insurance office. She spoke Spanish with her co-workers, which was weird because I only know a few words in Spanish from high school. The most unsettling part wasn't just being in someone else's body. It was how real everything felt. I could feel the texture of the coffee mug, taste the slightly bitter coffee, smell the kids' strawberry shampoo when she kissed them goodbye. The sensations were perfect, indistinguishable from reality. When I woke up in my own bed, I felt disoriented. I missed those kids. I felt genuine concern about whether the younger one would do okay on her spelling test that day. I had emotional attachments to people I'd never met. I shook it off as just a really bizarre dream, but then it happened again and again. Different people each time, different lives, different countries. I tried everything to make it stop. First, I figured it was probably from watching too much TV before bed, so I stopped that. No change. Then I thought maybe it was something I was eating, so I changed my diet. Nothing. I tried melatonin to regulate my sleep, then stopped all medications completely when that didn't work. I even tried sleeping pills prescribed by my doctor, but those just made it worse. I'd be trapped in these other lives for what felt like longer periods. About a year into these experiences, I realized I could retain information from the dreams if I really focused on memorizing specific details. In one dream, I was a middle-aged man in what looked like a suburban American neighborhood. While looking at mail that had come in, I focused intensely on memorizing the name I saw, Thomas Kendrick, 4583 Maple Drive, Oakwood, Illinois. When I woke up, I immediately searched Facebook, and there he was, Thomas Kendrick, living in Oakwood, Illinois. His profile picture showed the same house I'd seen in my dream. His kids were the same ones I remembered tucking into bed. I had never heard of this man before, never been to Illinois, had absolutely no connection to him whatsoever. I started keeping a dream journal, documenting everything I could remember. Over time, I noticed patterns. I never inhabited anyone from Winterholm. It was always people from distant places. Canada, Argentina, Australia, Spain, various states across the US. The experiences typically lasted what felt like a full day in their life, from morning until evening, though occasionally I'd experience just part of a day. 6 months ago, something happened that removed any doubt that this was more than just dreams. I was in the body of a man I now know is named Gabriel Suarez, living in Buenos Aires, Argentina. He was scrolling through Facebook during a lunch break, and I saw my profile come up in People You May Know. It was surreal seeing my own face while being inside someone else's body. In that moment, I focused with everything I had to move his finger to click on my profile and send a friend request. It was incredibly difficult, like trying to move a limb that's fallen completely asleep, but I managed it. He seemed to hesitate for a second, looking confused, then continued scrolling. When I woke up the next morning, there it was on my Facebook, a friend request from Gabriel Suarez of Buenos Aires. I nearly threw up. This wasn't just a dream. Somehow, I was temporarily inhabiting real people's bodies while I slept. I started researching everything I could about astral projection, possession, shared consciousness, anything that might explain what was happening. Nothing quite matched my experiences. I went to my psychiatrist, worried I might be developing schizophrenia or some other mental illness. She ran tests, asked me countless questions, but ultimately concluded I didn't fit the profile for any known psychiatric disorder. She suggested it might be an extreme form of lucid dreaming combined with my imagination and perhaps some information I'd seen online and forgotten about. But that doesn't explain how I could know details about people I've never encountered. The experiences have continued. Sometimes I'm a woman in her 30s, sometimes an elderly man, sometimes a college student. I've experienced lives in at least 12 different countries now. I've spoken languages I don't know. I've worked jobs I have no training for, somehow knowing exactly what to do. Last week, I was in the body of a chef at a high-end restaurant in what seemed to be Paris. I felt his hands deftly cutting vegetables with a precision I certainly don't possess. I tasted dishes I've never had in my life, and could distinguish subtle flavors I wouldn't even know to identify. I conversed in fluent French with his colleagues. The worst part is the emotional bleed-through that happens afterward. When I was in the body of a young mother in Toronto, I spent the day caring for her infant son. For days after I woke up, I felt this aching emptiness, like I was missing my baby. But I don't have children. I found myself checking my phone for pictures of a child that wasn't mine, feeling phantom sensations of holding him. After inhabiting a man who was deeply in love with his girlfriend, I woke up with such intense feelings for this woman I'd never met that I caught myself looking up flights to Colorado to find her. It took nearly 2 days for those feelings to fade enough for me to think clearly again. I'm now afraid to sleep. I've been staying awake as long as possible, using caffeine and fear to keep me going, but eventually exhaustion wins, and I find myself back in someone else's life. Last night was the breaking point. I woke up in the body of a man about my age, but he was sitting in a cafe in what looked like Eastern Europe somewhere. As he sipped his coffee and scrolled through his phone, I saw him looking at news from Winterholm, my hometown. He seemed particularly interested in local stories, lingering on an article about new construction near where I live. Then, he opened his notes app and started typing, "Oliver's apartment building has blue shutters. He works at the tech company on Main Street. He drives a grey Toyota. That's me. Those are details about me. This stranger knew who I was. I tried desperately to control his body, to delete those notes, to figure out who he was, but I couldn't. All I could do was watch as he finished his coffee, paid, and walked to a hotel room where he had maps of Winterholm pinned to the wall with my daily route marked in red. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Someone out there knows about me, is tracking me, is perhaps coming for me. And I have no idea who they are or why they're interested in me. The most terrifying possibility has occurred to me. What if, while I'm inhabiting these other people, someone else is inhabiting me? What if, while I'm experiencing life as a chef in Paris, some stranger is walking around in my body, accessing my life, my home, my passwords, my friends? I've started setting up cameras in my apartment to record myself while I sleep. I haven't reviewed the footage yet. I'm scared of what I might see. What if my body gets up and moves around without me in it? What if I see myself having conversations with people who aren't there, or worse, doing things I would never do? I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I'm exhausted from fighting sleep. I'm terrified of what happens when I do sleep, and I'm increasingly convinced that something beyond our normal understanding of reality is happening. I've considered reaching out to Gabriel Suarez or Thomas Kendrick, sending them messages detailing what they did on specific days, asking if they ever felt a strange presence, like someone else was in their head. But what would that accomplish besides making me sound completely insane? And what if they confirm it? What if they've felt me there? Tonight, I'm going to try something new. I've set up a notebook next to my bed with a simple question written on it. Who are you? If someone else is inhabiting my body while I sleep, maybe they'll leave an answer. The thought terrifies me, but not knowing is worse. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insight at all, please reach out. I feel like I'm losing my grip on reality, and I don't know how much longer I can go on like this. I just want one night of normal sleep, in my own body, with my own dreams. Is that too much to ask? Adieu, Story 19. I've never told many people about what happened to me last winter. Even now, I'm not sure I fully understand it. But I know what I experienced was real. It changed how I look at everything. It happened 3 days before Christmas in my little town of Ravens Hollow. We get these thick blankets of fog here between November and February that settle in and make everything feel isolated. Some people hate it, but I've always found it kind of peaceful. I'd had a completely normal day, nothing special. I'd finished my Christmas shopping, wrapped the last of my gifts, and made myself some hot chocolate before bed. I remember feeling unusually tired around 9 p.m., which was early for me. I usually stay up until midnight at least, but that night my body felt like it was made of lead. I changed into my pajamas, climbed into bed, and propped my laptop on my stomach. I liked falling asleep to these meditation videos I'd found on YouTube, just something to quiet my mind after a long day. I remember watching the snow starting to fall outside my bedroom window as I hit play on a video I'd watched dozens of times before. I was just beginning to drift off when something weird happened. Instead of that heavy feeling you get when you're about to fall asleep, I felt lighter, like gravity was loosening its grip on me. At first, I thought it was just that floaty feeling you sometimes get when you're exhausted. But this was different, more deliberate somehow. My mind didn't get foggy or drift toward unconsciousness. If anything, I felt more awake, more alert than I'd been all day. Every sense seemed heightened. I could hear the soft hum of my laptop fan and the distant tick of the kitchen clock downstairs. When I opened my eyes, the world had changed. Or rather, my perspective had. I was looking down at my bed, at my body, still lying there with the laptop balanced on my stomach, the blue glow of the screen illuminating my face. The YouTube video was still playing. I could see my chest rising and falling with each breath. Here's the strangest part. I wasn't scared, not even a little. It felt completely natural, like I'd done this 100 times before. I just floated there near my ceiling, looking down at myself, thinking, so this is what I look like when I sleep. My hair was splayed across the pillow, and my face looked younger somehow, more peaceful than I ever see in the mirror. I felt completely weightless. No back pain, no stiff shoulders, no tight jaw. All the physical discomforts I'd gotten so used to just weren't there. I felt amazing, actually. Buoyant. Free. My bedroom window caught my attention. The snow was coming down harder now, big fluffy flakes illuminated by the streetlight outside. I drifted toward it, curious if I could feel the cold glass. But when I reached out what should have been my hand, it passed straight through the window pane like it wasn't even there. Without really deciding to, I found myself passing completely through the window, out into the night. The snow fell through me. I couldn't feel the winter air that I knew must be freezing. There was no cold, no wind, just a sense of movement and freedom. I rose higher above my house, seeing the whole neighborhood spread out below me. The Christmas lights on the houses made everything look magical from above. I could see Mr. Peterson's ridiculous inflatable Santa on his roof, and the Thompson twins building a snowman in their front yard, even though it had to be nearly 10 p.m. Then something pulled me. Not physically. It was more like a gentle tug on my consciousness, drawing me away from the familiar streets of Ravenshollow. I didn't resist it. I was too fascinated by what was happening. Suddenly I was moving faster, much faster, passing over forests and fields, and then a vast, dark ocean that stretched out endlessly below me. The moon reflected off the water, creating a silver path that I seemed to follow. Time felt strange, compressed somehow. What should have taken hours felt like minutes. Before I knew it, there was land again beneath me, and then a town I'd never seen before. It was nothing like Ravenshollow. The buildings were packed tightly together, tall, narrow townhouses with deep brown wooden siding. They had a distinctive style that made me think of photos I'd seen of Scandinavian countries, though I've never been overseas. Most windows were dark, but here and there, warm light spilled out into the night. One window in particular caught my attention. It glowed brighter than the others, on the third floor of one of the taller buildings. I was drawn to it like a moth to flame. One moment I was outside looking in, and the next I was inside the room. It was a large living area, decorated for Christmas, but in a more understated way than we do back home. A single large star hung in the window, and there was a modest tree with white lights in the corner. The furniture was sleek and modern, lots of clean lines and neutral colors. There were about 15 people gathered in the room, all dressed nicely but not formally. It seemed to be some kind of Christmas party or gathering. People held wine glasses and small plates of food. The room hummed with conversation in a language I couldn't understand, something Scandinavian sounding with lots of musical vowels. No one noticed me. I moved among them trying to catch snippets of conversation, but it was all foreign to me. I watched a woman laugh at something her friend said, her head tipping back, her hand touching the other woman's arm. An older couple stood by the tree, having what looked like a serious discussion. A group of men talked loudly near a sideboard covered with bottles and platters of food. One man in particular caught my eye, tall and blonde, leaning against a kitchen counter. He wore a thick-knit, cream-colored sweater and was listening intently to a shorter, dark-haired man who gestured animatedly as he spoke. The blonde man had kind eyes and laugh lines that crinkled when he smiled, which he did often. I felt drawn to him for some reason I couldn't explain. I drifted closer, still marveling at how real everything felt. This wasn't like a dream where details get fuzzy or don't make sense. I could see the subtle pattern in the blonde man's sweater, the condensation beading on his glass, the slight flush on his cheeks from the warm room. He couldn't see me, though. No one could. I passed my hand, or what felt like my hand, through a candle flame and felt nothing. I tried to pick up a napkin from the table, but my fingers passed through it. Curious about the rest of the house, I drifted away from the party and into a hallway. The walls were lined with framed photographs showing what looked like family vacations. The same group of people on a beach, hiking in mountains, gathered around a dinner table. I recognized the blonde man from the party in many of them, often with his arm around a pretty woman with dark curly hair. In some photos, they stood with two children, a boy and a girl. At the end of the hallway was a wide staircase with dark hardwood steps, and there, sitting midway up the stairs, were two children. They looked to be about 8 and 10 years old, the same kids from the photos. The boy was showing his sister something on a handheld game, both of them huddled over the small screen, their heads nearly touching. I drifted toward them, intending to continue up the stairs to see the rest of the house. I was about 3 feet away when the little girl suddenly looked up, directly at me, not through me like everyone else had done, but at me. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened, and the look of pure terror that crossed her face is something I'll never forget as long as I live. She screamed, a high, piercing shriek that should have brought every adult in the house running. But I didn't stay to see their reaction. The moment she screamed, I felt myself being violently yanked backward like someone had tied a rope around my waist and pulled hard. The scene before me collapsed like a telescope being closed. The house, the party, the screaming child, all disappeared in a disorienting blur of motion and color. 1 second I was there, and the next I was back in my own bed, gasping for breath as if I'd been underwater. My laptop had slid off to the side, the YouTube video still playing. According to the timer, only 47 minutes had passed since I'd started it. I sat up, my heart pounding. My room looked normal. Outside, snow was still falling. Everything was exactly as it had been when I'd laid down, except for me. I felt fundamentally changed, shaken to my core. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Had I dreamed it all? It didn't feel like any dream I'd ever had. Dreams fade and get fuzzy around the edges, but this experience remained sharp and clear in my memory. I spent the next few days researching online. That's when I first came across the term astral projection or astral travel. The idea that your consciousness or spirit can temporarily separate from your physical body. I'd heard of it before, but had never given it much thought. It was just one of those new age concepts I neither believed nor disbelieved. But after what happened, I couldn't stop reading about it. Forums, articles, books. I devoured everything I could find. Some accounts described experiences remarkably similar to mine. The initial floating sensation, looking down at their own bodies, traveling to distant places. I became obsessed with trying to recreate the experience. I tried meditation, breathing exercises, visualization techniques, anything that people claimed might help induce astral projection. For weeks, nothing happened. I'd lie in bed, concentrating until my head hurt, only to fall into normal sleep or give up in frustration. Then, about a month after that first experience, it happened again, and then again a week later. With practice, I've found I can do it almost at will now, though it still takes intense concentration. I've traveled to many places. Some I recognize from photos or movies, others completely unfamiliar. I've visited cities on other continents, watched strangers go about their lives, seen beautiful and heartbreaking things. I've sat in on college lectures at prestigious universities and watched surgeons perform life-saving operations. I've floated among the stars and hovered over oceans. But I've never again returned to that house in what I now believe was somewhere in Norway or Sweden. And I've never again encountered anyone who could see me, not like that little girl did. That's what haunts me the most about the whole thing. If I, a living person, having an out-of-body experience, appeared as a ghostly apparition to that child, then what are the ghosts that people claim to see? Could some of them just be other astral travelers? Or living people having spontaneous out-of-body experiences they don't even know about? It's been almost a year now, and I still don't have answers. But I know what I experienced was real. It happened, and it forever changed how I understand reality and what might exist beyond what we can normally perceive. Sometimes I wonder about that little girl, if she remembers seeing me, if anyone believed her when she told them about the strange woman on the stairs. I wonder if she's out there right now, telling her own story about the night she saw a ghost, not knowing it was just me, accidentally traveling where I shouldn't have been. Story 20. I need to get this off my chest. I haven't told anyone except my therapist, and she thinks I should be on medication. Maybe I should be. But I know what I experienced was real, and I need someone, anyone, to believe me. I've lived in Ashgrove my whole life. It's a small town, surrounded by woods in every direction, the kind of place where you recognize every face at the grocery store. Nothing ever happens here. At least, that's what I always thought. The nightmares started about 6 months ago. At first, I didn't think much of it. Everyone has bad dreams, right? But when the exact same nightmare repeated 5 times, detail for detail, I knew something wasn't right. In the dream, I'd find myself standing in the forest just outside town. It was always early morning with that weird grey-blue light filtering through the trees. The air felt damp and I could smell pine needles and moss. Everything was still. No birds singing, no wind blowing. Just complete silence. Then I'd feel it. This overwhelming urge to hide. Not like someone told me to hide, but like an instinct took over. And without climbing or even moving, I'd suddenly be sitting on a high branch in one of the older trees. I never questioned how I got there in the dream. I just knew I needed to stay perfectly still. That's when it would appear. God, even typing this makes my hands shake. It looked almost human, but wrong. Its skin was this sickly grey colour, like something that had been dead for days. The skin hung on its frame all loose and wrinkled. It wore what looked like rags, not clothes exactly, more like strips of fabric that hung from its body. The worst part was its face. I could never make out any features clearly, just these dark hollows where eyes should be. The thing would shuffle into the clearing beneath my tree and start digging with its hands. Its movements were jerky but determined, like it knew exactly what it was looking for. After digging for a while, it would pull something from the earth. This is where I wish I could say it was just a nightmare and not describe what I saw. But it would pull up parts of bodies, sometimes an arm, sometimes what looked like a torso curled into itself. The remains looked desiccated, like all the moisture had been sucked out. The smell was unbearable, that putrid, sweet decay that hit me in waves, even up in my hiding spot. The creature would examine each part carefully, then move to another spot and bury it again. It repeated this process over and over, digging, inspecting, reburying. I'd watch this horrific ritual for what felt like hours, unable to move, barely daring to breathe. Then I'd wake up in my bed, drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. The same exact dream, 5 times, every detail identical. I started dreading going to sleep. I tried everything, sleeping pills, meditation, keeping lights on, sleeping on the couch instead of my bed. Nothing helped. The dream would come regardless. Then the 6th dream happened. And that's when everything changed. It started differently. Instead of finding myself standing in the forest, I was in complete darkness. I couldn't see anything, but I could smell damp earth all around me. I was lying down, and I couldn't move. Panic set in as I realized I was underground, buried. I could hear something above me, a scratching, digging sound getting closer. Then tiny rays of light began breaking through, dirt falling onto my face. As the viewing window expanded, I saw it, the same creature from my other dreams, now digging me up. The weird thing was, I didn't feel scared anymore. I just watched as its grey, decaying hands cleared the dirt from around me. It grabbed me and dragged me through the forest. I could feel twigs and rocks scraping against me, but no pain, just the sensation of movement. We reached a small clearing and it placed me on the ground, then just stared at me. We stayed like that for what seemed like forever, this thing looking down at me with its non-eyes. Then it spoke. Its voice like dry leaves rustling. It's done. I woke up gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. But unlike the other dreams, this one left me with more than just fear. I felt like it was trying to tell me something, like it needed me to understand. I stopped sleeping normally after that. I'd take micro naps during the day, never allowing myself to fall into deep sleep. I started drinking energy drinks by the case. My friends noticed how terrible I looked, but I brushed it off as stress from work. About 2 weeks after that sixth dream, I was scrolling through an online forum about sleep disorders, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I saw a post that made my blood run cold. Someone described having recurring nightmares about a creature digging up bodies. The details were different. They mentioned an old apartment building rather than a forest. But the description of the monster was identical. The wrinkled grey skin, the hanging clothes, the ritual of unearthing bodies curled in the fetal position, all drained of blood. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. I messaged the person immediately, asking for more details about their dreams. Their username was GenT94, and when she responded, my whole world tilted sideways. She'd had the same pattern, 5 identical dreams, followed by a 6th, where the perspective changed. In her version, she was inside the wall of an abandoned apartment building, and the creature pulled her out and told her, "It's done." We exchanged phone numbers and spoke that night. Jennifer lived in Rockford, a city about 200 miles from Ashgrove. We had no connections, no mutual friends, had never visited each other's hometowns. There was absolutely no reason why we should be sharing these experiences. "What do you think it means?" she asked me. Her voice sounded exactly how I felt, exhausted and frightened, but also weirdly relieved to find someone who believed her. "I don't know," I told her, "but I feel like we need to figure it out." We decided to meet halfway between our towns the next weekend. There was a small diner off the highway where we could talk face to face. I was nervous the whole drive there, wondering if I was making a mistake meeting a stranger from the internet. But my need for answers outweighed my caution. Jennifer looked normal, just a regular woman in her early 30s with dark circles under her eyes that probably matched my own. We ordered coffee and sat in a booth far from other customers. "I've had another dream since we last talked," she said, keeping her voice low. "It was different. I saw other people, like us." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "There were others being unearthed from different places, a lake, a field, an old house, all by the same thing." She stared into her coffee. "I think it's collecting us." I told her about my connection to the woods outside Ashgrove, how I used to play there as a kid, how my grandfather once told me the forest was special, that it remembered things. "My apartment building," Jennifer said, "it was condemned after a fire killed several people in the 70s. They rebuilt, but people always said it felt wrong. I only lived there for 6 months before I couldn't take it anymore. We spent hours comparing notes, trying to find connections. The only clear pattern was that we'd both spent time in places with dark histories, and now something was linking us through our dreams. On the drive home, I decided to visit the forest from my dreams. It was stupid and reckless, but I needed to see if there was anything real about what I'd experienced. I parked my car at the old hiking trail entrance and walked the familiar path into the woods. It was late afternoon, not early morning like in my dreams, but still, the feeling of déjà vu was overwhelming. I wandered for about an hour, not really knowing what I was looking for, until I found myself in a clearing that looked eerily familiar. My heart started racing as I recognized the layout from my nightmares. The same configuration of trees, the same patch of ground where the creature had dug. Without thinking, I knelt down and started clawing at the dirt with my hands. The ground was surprisingly soft, as if it had been disturbed recently. I dug for several minutes, my fingers getting raw and dirty, until I hit something solid. Not a root, not a rock, fabric. I jerked my hand back like I'd been burned. Then, forcing myself to breathe, I carefully brushed away more dirt until I could see what it was, an old piece of cloth, maybe from a shirt or dress, rotted and discolored with time. I should have stopped. I should have called the police. Instead, I kept digging, uncovering more fabric, and then something else, something hard and curved. I knew without needing to expose more that I'd found human remains. Scrambling backward, I fell on my ass and just sat there hyperventilating. This couldn't be happening. My nightmares couldn't be real. But the evidence was right in front of me, partially unearthed by my own hands. That's when I heard it, the sound of something moving through the underbrush nearby. Heavy footsteps, branches snapping underfoot, moving deliberately, coming closer. I ran. I fucking ran like I've never run before, tripping over roots, branches slapping my face, lungs burning. I didn't look back until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. As I peeled out of the parking area, I glanced in my rearview mirror. There was nothing visible at the trailhead, just trees and shadows. But I felt watched. I called Jennifer as soon as I got home, locking all my doors and windows first. She didn't answer. I tried again and again. Nothing. I sent her a text explaining what I'd found, begging her to call me back. The response came 3 hours later. I found something too at my old apartment building. In the wall where maintenance never fixed the hole in the drywall. A finger bone. I'm scared, Ethan. What's happening to us? That night I tried to stay awake. I really did. I drank coffee. I paced. I blasted music. But eventually, exhaustion won out, and I collapsed on my couch. The dream came immediately. But this time I wasn't in the forest. I was in Jennifer's apartment building, watching from inside a wall as the creature dug through the drywall. Beside me was Jennifer, her eyes wide with terror. Beyond her were others, people I didn't recognize, all watching in silent horror as the thing continued its work. The creature turned its head toward us, those black, hollow eyes somehow seeing right through me. It spoke, but not with words. I understood it anyway. You're all connected now. You've all seen the places where death lingers, where the veil is thin. I am the caretaker, the collector, the one who ensures the dead are properly arranged. Jennifer reached out and grabbed my hand. Her touch felt real. "What does it want from us?" she whispered. "It's showing us something," I said, though I didn't know how I knew this. "Something we need to see." The scene shifted, and suddenly we were back in the forest clearing. The creature was digging again, but this time I could see what was buried there. Not just bodies, but memories. Violent, terrible memories of what had happened in these places. In the forest, a pioneer family slaughtered during a harsh winter, their bodies left unburied until spring. In the apartment, victims of a fire set deliberately by someone filled with rage. Other places, other horrors, all connected by the lingering energy of traumatic deaths. "You've been chosen as witnesses," the creature's non-voice explained. "The land remembers, the buildings remember, and now so do you." I woke up with a gasp, my phone ringing beside me. It was Jennifer. "Did you see it?" she asked without preamble. "Did you see what it showed us?" "Yes," I whispered. "All those deaths. It's not finished, Ethan. There are more. It's going to keep showing us." That was 3 weeks ago. Jennifer and I have had 4 more shared dreams since then. Each time, we see more people like us, more witnesses being shown the hidden histories of places where terrible things happened. We've started researching the locations from our dreams. The forest near my town, site of an undocumented massacre of a pioneer family in 1878. Jennifer's apartment building, arson in 1972 that killed 6 people, including 2 children. Last night, we dreamed of a new place. An old farmhouse on the edge of a small town neither of us recognized. The creature showed us a family being murdered in their beds, their bodies hidden beneath the floorboards. When we woke, we both knew we needed to find this place. I don't know what happens when the creature finishes showing us everything it wants us to see. I don't know why we were chosen or what we're supposed to do with this knowledge. All I know is that something ancient and terrible has connected us to others like us, and it's not done with us yet. If you've had dreams like ours, of a grey-skinned creature digging up the dead, please reach out. Maybe together we can understand what it wants, why it chose us, what it's done really means. I'm writing this from a motel halfway to the town we saw in our latest dream. Jennifer is meeting me here tomorrow. We're going to find that farmhouse. I don't know what we'll discover there, but I feel like we don't have a choice anymore. The creature is waiting for us. And somehow I know that ignoring its summons would be far worse than facing whatever truths it wants to show us.